Chapter 1. The Wolf Who Wasn't. The morning of my trial, the air tasted of rot and endings. A late autumn frost had silvered the ferns ringing our territory, each frond a delicate skeleton clinging to life. It was a fitting mirror for the hope in my own chest, brittle, beautiful, and doomed to melt away with the first touch of harsh light. For 27 years, I had been the wolf who wasn't, a glitch in the bloodline, a silent note in the grand chorus of the pack, while others felt the moon's pull as a glorious, agonizing symphony that tore them from their human skin and gave them the freedom of 4 paws. I felt only a dull, aching emptiness, a hollow space where a wolf was meant to be. My corner of the great den was the coldest, tucked away near a fissure in the rock that breathed a constant damp chill. The furs I slept on were thin, old pelts no one else wanted, carrying the faint lingering sense of shifters long dead. It was a space for the unwanted, the tolerated, the soon-to-be-gone. The whispers had been my lullabies since childhood, broken, cursed, a dry well in a thirsty land. My mother, Lyra, had tried to shield me with fierce, desperate love, but her protection was a threadbare cloak against the biting wind of pack opinion. She had passed 2 winters ago, her lungs surrendering to a sickness the healers couldn't fight, and with her went my last buffer against the cold. Today, the whispers had ceased. In their place was a heavy, watchful silence that was infinitely worse. As I braided my long, dark hair, my fingers clumsy with cold and dread, I could feel their eyes on me. The other females, their bodies radiating the deep, animal warmth I lacked, moved with a predatory grace as they prepared for the day. Their glances were sharp and quick, like the pecking of crows at something already dead. They saw a failure, a human shell housing a wolf spirit so weak it couldn't break free. I pulled the simple leather tunic over my head, the worn material rough against my skin. It was the garment of an omega, plain and without adornment. I had never earned the right to wear the carved beads or intricate patterns of the hunters and warriors. I had never felt the thrill of the chase, the snap of bone in my jaws, the wild exultation of a kill shared under the moon's gaze. My existence was a second-hand one, lived through the stories and scents others brought back to the den. I smelled the blood on their fur, the pine needles caught in their ruff, the metallic tang of a rival pack's scent marking the border, and I would try to piece together the life I was denied. A heavy presence settled behind me. I didn't need to turn to know it was Elder Maeve, her scent a potent mix of dried herbs, old wolf, and unyielding judgment. Her voice was as cracked and dry as river clay in a drought. "It is time, Serenia." I took a slow breath, the frigid air burning my lungs. Time. The word tolled like a funeral bell. The trial of first blood was meant for the young, a rite of passage to prove their wolf was strong enough to serve the Blackwood pack. It was a ceremony of belonging. For me, it was a formality of exile. The Alpha Borenderos had been patient, far more than pack law demanded. He had allowed me to remain long past the age where my lack of a wolf became a liability, a drain on resources. But his patience, like the season, had finally turned. A harsh winter was coming, and there was no room for a mouth that could not help hunt. I turned to face her. Maeve's eyes, the color of faded amber, held no pity. They were the eyes of a wolf who had seen 100 winters, who had buried mates and pups and rivals, and who believed in the brutal, simple logic of survival. The strong thrive. The weak are left for the crows. "I am ready," I said, my voice a thin thread in the vast, echoing space of the den. It was a lie. I was not ready to be cast out, to face the human world I knew nothing about, or to perish in the wilderness that bordered our lands. But I would not give her the satisfaction of seeing my fear. She gave a curt, unimpressed nod. The procession was already forming. 2 of the Alpha's strongest warriors, Garth and Fen, stood like stone sentinels at the den's entrance, their arms crossed over their massive chests. They were magnificent, powerful shifters, their human forms barely containing the beasts within. Their scent was a wall of dominance and raw power, They would be my escort, my guards, my jailers. As I walked towards them, the pack parted before me. No one touched me. No one spoke a word of farewell. It was as if I were already a ghost. I kept my chin high, my gaze fixed on the pale sliver of daylight visible through the alpha, the mouth of the cave. I would not weep. I would not beg. I would give them a memory of dignity, if nothing else. And then I saw him. Kalen Deros, the Alpha's son, stood near the entrance, leaning against the rock wall. He was not part of the official escort, yet he was dressed for the outside, in dark leathers that fit his broad shoulders and lean frame. His hair was the color of a raven's wing, and his eyes, a startling glacial blue, were fixed on me. Unlike the others, his gaze was not one of scorn or pity. It was intense, searching, a look I had never been able to decipher. Kalen was everything I was not. He was the pack's future, the heir to the Alpha's position. His wolf was a massive black beast, a creature of legend, said to be the largest and fiercest in 3 generations. He was pride and power incarnate, reckless in his youth, but tempered by the weight of his lineage. He was sworn to uphold the very laws that were about to condemn me. Our eyes met for a heartbeat too long. The air thickened, charged with something I couldn't name. I caught his scent on the air, a clean, sharp fragrance of pine and cold mountain stone, so different from the musky earthiness of the other pack members. It was a scent that had always felt separate, singular. In that moment, it felt like an anchor in the swirling vortex of my despair. He gave a barely perceptible nod, a gesture so small that anyone else would have missed it. It wasn't kindness, not exactly. It was an acknowledgement, a recognition that I was a person walking to her doom, not just a problem being solved. My throat tightened. I tore my gaze away and stepped out of the den, into the biting cold. The walk to the trial stone was a silent, solemn affair. The clearing was a half-mile from the den, a sacred ancient place where the pack had been forged in blood and moonlight for centuries. Garth and Fen walked on either side of me, their heavy, measured steps crunching on the frosted leaves. The rest of the pack followed behind, a silent river of judgment at my back. I could feel their collective presence, the hum of their contained power, the weight of their tradition. The forest was a cathedral of gray and gold. The tall pines stood as silent witnesses, their branches heavy with the coming winter. Sunlight, thin and pale, struggled to pierce the canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. I breathed it all in, trying to memorize it. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, the caw of a distant raven, the feel of the icy wind on my cheeks. These were the sensations of home, and I was about to lose them forever. Kalen fell into step a few paces behind the main procession. I didn't have to look to know he was there. His scent was a ghost on the wind, a quiet promise of pine and stone that followed me through the dying woods. Why was he here? He had no official role in this. His presence was an anomaly, a question I had no answer for. We arrived at the clearing. It was a perfect circle, ringed by ancient gnarled oaks, whose branches seemed to claw at the sky. In the very center stood the trial stone. It was a massive slab of obsidian, taller than a man, thrusting out of the earth like a jagged black fang. It was not native to these woods. Legend said the first Alpha had dragged it here from the heart of a volcano. The surface was slick with moisture and etched with spirals and runes so old that their meanings were lost to all but the eldest. The stone pulsed with a latent energy, a cold, sleeping power that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. This was a place of truth. It did not suffer weakness or lies. It would taste my blood and find me wanting. Alpha Born stood before the stone, his back to us. He was a formidable figure, even from behind. His silver-streaked hair was tied back in a warrior's knot, and his sealskin cloak, a mark of his rank, hung heavily from his shoulders. He was the law. His word was absolute. When he turned his eyes, the same piercing blue as his son's, swept over the assembled pack before landing on me. There was no malice in his expression, only a grim, weary resolve. "Serenia Vale," he said, his voice a low rumble that carried across the clearing. "You come before the pack, and the spirits of our ancestors to be judged. You have lived among us for 27 seasons. You have been sheltered and fed, but the blood of the wolf has never risen in you. Our law is clear. Our survival is paramount. The pack cannot carry those who cannot contribute to the hunt, to the defense of our territory. The trial stone will give the final verdict. Let the rite begin." Maeve stepped forward, a ceremonial knife in her hand. The blade was obsidian, chipped to a razor's edge, the same volcanic glass as the stone itself. She gestured for my hand. I extended my right palm, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The pack gathered closer, their forms ringing the clearing, their faces grim masks in the pale light. I could feel their anticipation, their morbid curiosity. This was the end of the story of the broken wolf. I glanced past Maeve's shoulder, my eyes searching for Kalen. He stood at the edge of the circle, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable, but his eyes never left my face. It felt as if he were the only one seeing me, Serenia, and not the symbol of failure I represented. Maeve began the ancient chant, her voice rising and falling in the old tongue, words that spoke of the moon's first claim, of the bond between beast and soul, of the strength of the pack. The words washed over me, familiar and painful, a litany of everything I was not. "The blood is the river of the soul," she chanted, her voice growing stronger. "The stone is the heart of the pack. Let the river flow to the heart. Let the spirit answer the call." She took my hand in her dry, leathery grasp. Her touch was cold, impersonal. She raised the knife. I braced myself, my gaze locking onto the dark, swirling patterns within the trial stone before me. It seemed to drink the light from the clearing, a void of absolute black. The blade sliced across my palm. The pain was sharp, a searing line of fire. It was nothing compared to the agony in my soul. Blood, dark and shockingly red, welled up instantly, tracing a crimson path across the lines of my hand, my human blood, my only blood. Maeve released me and stepped back. "Present your blood to the stone," she commanded. "Let it taste your spirit." This was it, the final humiliating act. I would press my bleeding hand to the stone, and nothing would happen. The silence would be my sentence. My hand trembled as I lifted it. The blood dripped onto the frosted ground, each drop a tiny, steaming wound on the white earth. I took a step forward, the cold of the ground seeping through the thin soles of my boots. The air grew still. The raven's call ceased. The wind died. The world seemed to hold its breath. I pressed my palm flat against the cold, unyielding surface of the trial stone. My blood, warm and slick, smeared against the obsidian. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable, crushing silence, waiting for the Alpha's final words of exile. But the silence didn't come. Instead, a low hum began to vibrate through the stone, traveling up my arm, sinking into my bones. It was a deep, resonant thrum, like a giant's heartbeat stirring from a long slumber. My eyes snapped open. The pack murmured, a ripple of confusion and unease spreading through their ranks. The runes carved into the stone began to glow, not with the silver light of the moon, but with a terrifying violet-black luminescence. The ground beneath my feet trembled. It was not a subtle tremor, it was a violent shudder, as if the very foundations of the earth were cracking. The frost on the ferns instantly sublimated into mist, swirling around my ankles. The air, already cold, plunged to an impossible biting chill that burned the throat. It smelled of ozone, of deep caves, and of something ancient and predatory. Fear, stark and primal, shot through the pack. This was not pack magic. This was not the call of a wolf spirit. This was something else entirely, something wrong. "What is this sorcery, Gary?" Garth snarled, taking a half step back, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of the hunting knife at his belt. Alpha Boren's face was a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. "Serenia, take your hand from the stone," he roared. I tried. I couldn't. My hand was fused to the surface, held fast by an unseen force. The humming grew louder, escalating into a deep, guttural growl that emanated not from the stone, but from inside me. My blood on the obsidian wasn't just glowing. It was being absorbed, sinking into the black glass like ink into paper. Panic clawed at my throat. I felt a power, vast, dark, and utterly alien, surging up from the stone, pouring into me through the point of contact. It was a torrent of cold fire, a flood of night. It filled the empty space inside me where my wolf should have been, but it was not a wolf. It was a chasm, an abyss. It was ancient and vast, and it was hungry. My body began to shake uncontrollably. My vision blurred at the edges, the faces of my packmates warping into indistinct smudges of terror. I heard shrieks, growls of alarm. Elder Maeve was chanting frantically now, a warding spell. But her words were weak, meaningless against the rising tide of power. And then the roar came. It tore from my throat, a sound not born of human lungs or a wolf's throat. It was a sound of rending stone and endless night, of a darkness that had been sealed away in an age before the first wolves had ever walked the earth. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated power, and it blasted across the clearing, shaking the ancient oaks to their very roots. The pack scrambled back, their discipline shattered by a fear their lineage had no memory of. They fell over each other, their wolf instincts screaming at them to flee from a predator so far beyond their comprehension that it broke their minds. They saw me, but they didn't see Serenia, the broken girl. They saw the vessel for the sound that promised to unmake the world. Their eyes were wide with a terror that was absolute, all except one. As the roar faded, leaving a ringing, unholy silence in its wake, I swayed on my feet, my connection to the stone finally breaking. My legs gave out. I collapsed to the ground, my body convulsing, the strange cold power writhing under my skin, like a nest of serpents. Through my dimming vision, I saw the pack fleeing, a chaotic retreat back towards the safety of the den. Even Alpha Boren, his face pale with shock, was backing away, his hand raised as if to ward off an evil spirit. Elder Maeve lay crumpled on the ground where the force of my roar had thrown her. They were all leaving me, my pack, my family, abandoning me to the monster I had become. But Kalen hadn't moved. He stood his ground at the edge of the clearing, a solitary pillar of defiance against the tide of fear. The unnatural wind whipped his dark hair across his face, but his glacial eyes were fixed on me, narrowed and blazing with an emotion I couldn't fathom. It wasn't fear, it was awe. It was possession. While his father and the pack retreated, Kalen Deros took a step forward, and then another. He walked towards me, into the heart of the unnatural chill, his movements deliberate, fearless. He walked until he stood over my trembling form, his shadow falling across me, and in a world that had just turned its back on me in terror, that shadow felt less like a threat and more like the first promise of shelter I had ever known. Chapter 2: Blood on the Trial Stone. The world swam back into focus, one agonizing sensation at a time. The first was the cold, a deep, seeping chill that had nothing to do with the frost on the ground. It was coming from inside me, a core of absolute zero radiating through my veins. The second was the weight of Kalen's shadow, a comforting darkness in the too bright, hostile light. The third was his scent, pine and mountain stone, a clean, grounding aroma that cut through the lingering stench of ozone, and my own terror. My body was a battlefield. Tremors racked my limbs, the aftershocks of the power that had ripped through me. A profound exhaustion had settled into my bones, so heavy I wasn't sure I could lift a single finger. Yet beneath it all, something else was awake. A vast, silent presence now occupied the hollow space where my wolf had never been. It was not a beast of fur and claw. It was a consciousness made of the void between stars, ancient and aware and utterly without warmth. It watched the world through my eyes, and its stillness was more terrifying than any snarl. Kalen knelt beside me, his movements fluid and deliberate. He didn't hesitate, didn't show an ounce of the revulsion that had twisted the faces of my packmates. His glacial blue eyes scanned me, not for signs of a monster, but for injury, for pain. The intensity of that gaze was a physical force, pinning me, holding me together when I felt like I might shatter into a million frozen pieces. "Serenia," he said, his voice a low rumble, the sound vibrating through the frozen ground. He reached out, his hand hovering over my shoulder for a fraction of a second before settling there. His touch was a shock. The warmth of his skin against the thin leather of my tunic was a searing brand against the ice in my soul. I flinched, a gasp tearing from my throat. It wasn't a flinch of fear, but of overwhelming sensation. The cold power inside me recoiled from his heat, a silent hiss in the back of my mind. But I, Serenia, leaned into it, desperate for that anchor of life in the endless frozen night I had become. "Easy Kempaga," he murmured, his grip firming, holding me steady as another tremor shook me. "I have you. I have you." 4 simple words, yet they struck me with the force of a physical blow. No one had ever had me, not since my mother's passing. I was a stray, a burden, an afterthought. To be claimed even in this moment of horror was a revelation. My gaze flickered past him to the trial stone. It stood inert and silent now, a simple slab of black rock. The terrifying violet-black light was gone. The runes were dark, but the ground around it was scarred. The frost melted in a perfect, unnatural circle where I had stood. Elder Maeve was stirring, groaning as Garth, his face a grimace of fear and duty, helped her to her feet. And at the edge of the clearing, my alpha, Borin Diros, was regathering his courage. He stood with his 2 most trusted warriors, his face a thundercloud of fury and disbelief. He was coming back. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. He was coming back to finish what the trial had started, to destroy the abomination I had unleashed. My voice was a dry, rasping whisper. "They'll kill me." Kalen's eyes didn't leave my face, but a low growl, soft yet full of deadly promise, vibrated in his chest. It was the first sound he'd made that was more wolf than man. Let them try. He shifted his position, moving to shield me more fully with his body. He slid one strong arm beneath my shoulders, the other under my knees, and lifted me from the ground as if I weighed nothing. The world tilted sickeningly. I cried out, my hands instinctively flying to his chest, clutching the front of his leather tunic. My head fell against his shoulder, and I was enveloped in his scent, in the solid, radiating heat of his body. The cold thing inside me writhed, a silent protest against this proximity to such vibrant life, but I clung to him, my knuckles white. For the first time, I felt the sheer, corded strength of the Alpha's son, the power he held so easily in check. "What are you doing?" I whispered against his collarbone, the words muffled. "Upholding the law," he said, his tone grim, laced with an irony so sharp it could cut. "The trial is over. The stone gave its verdict. You are not to be exiled." His words made no sense. My mind was a maelstrom of confusion and fear. But before I could question him, his father's voice boomed across the clearing, laced with all the authority of his alpha position. "Kalen, step away from the creature!" Creature, not Serenia. The word was a slap. I squeezed my eyes shut, a fresh wave of despair washing over me. I was no longer a person to them. I was an it, a thing to be dealt with. Kalen didn't stop moving. He continued walking, carrying me towards the path that led back to the den. His steps sure and steady, he walked directly towards his father, a collision course of will and power. "She is not a creature," Kalen called back, his voice ringing with a defiance I had never heard from him. "She is a member of this pack. Her name is Serenia." He came to a halt a dozen feet from Borin, Garth, and Fen. The 2 warriors stood braced, their hands on their weapons, their bodies thrumming with tension. They looked at me and Kaylin's arms with open dread. Their nostrils flared as they tried to parse the unnatural scent that now clung to me, the smell of a deep, cold grave. Bourne's face was etched with lines of strain. The love for his son warred with the primal fear of what he had just witnessed. "Son, you don't know what you are holding. That thing is not the girl you knew." The stone did not answer her, Wolf. It answered something else. Something we buried. It answered her, Kaylin countered, his voice dropping, becoming more intense. Her blood, her spirit. Whatever rose, it rose from within her. She is not possessed. She is awakened, and she is mine. A collective gasp went through the pack members, who lingered at the edge of the woods, drawn back by the unfolding drama. Mine. The word hung in the frigid air, a declaration of possession so absolute, so primal. It transcended pack law. It was the language of mates, of a bond that could not be broken. But there had been no bonding ceremony, no scent marking, no courtship. It was a claim born of instinct and fire, in the face of an unknown darkness. Bourne's expression hardened, the alpha overriding the father. "You are a fool, boy, blinded by a reckless heart. That is not a claim you can make. She is a threat to every one of us. The power that came from her threw Maeve like a child's doll. It cracked the very earth. We do not know what it is or what it wants." "Then we will find out," Kaylin said, his grip on me tightening, a possessive, protective gesture. "But we will do it without tearing her apart like frightened jackals." I could feel the tremor of rage running through his body. I risked a glance at his face. His jaw was set, a muscle twitching in his cheek. His blue eyes had gone hard as ice, fixed on his father in a direct challenge of dominance. An alpha's son, challenging the alpha. It was unthinkable. "By the moon, have you lost your senses?" Bourne roared, taking a step forward. Fen and Garth shifted, their stances becoming more aggressive. "My duty is to the pack, to our survival. If there is a sickness in one of us, we cut it out before it can spread. You know the law." "I also know that this pack has become weak," Kaylin shot back, his voice sharp with scorn. "We whisper about old legends and tremble at shadows." We were so busy mocking a girl because her wolf was silent that we never once stopped to ask why. We called her broken, when all along she was holding something back. A power our ancestors feared, yes, but also a power they knew. Maybe they didn't bury it. Maybe they protected it. His words hung in the air, a stunning, heretical thought. The elders had always taught that the old powers were sealed away because they were too destructive, too chaotic. The idea that they might have been safeguarded instead of imprisoned was a fundamental challenge to the pack's history. "That is blasphemy," Maeve rasped, clutching her bruised side as she hobbled forward. Her amber eyes burned with a fanatical light. The forgotten night was an entity of chaos. It consumed our ancestors, turned wolf against wolf. It was sealed in the earth by the first alpha's sacrifice. "This girl has breached the seal. She is a vessel for our doom." "She is the girl you were about to cast out to die," Kaylin snarled, turning his glare on the elder. "Your precious laws nearly cost us the key to our own past, perhaps even our future. I will not let your fear make that mistake again." He looked back at his father. "I will not let you." The standoff was absolute. Father against son, law against instinct, past against a terrifying future. I felt like a fragile piece of kindling caught between two grinding stones, about to be pulverized. The cold inside me seemed to watch the proceedings with a detached, ancient curiosity. It did not fear the alpha. It did not fear any of them. The sheer arrogance of that feeling, seeping into my own consciousness, terrified me more than anything. Bourne's gaze fell on me, still cradled in his son's arms. His eyes were filled with a terrible conflict. He saw the threat I represented, the monster from their darkest legends. But he also saw his son, his pride and his heir, standing in defiance, willing to fight his own pack for me. For a creature, lowly, deliberately, Bourne raised his hand, not in aggression, but in a gesture that called for a halt. Garth and Fen relaxed their stances by a fraction, their eyes still locked on me. "You would stand against your alpha? Against your own father?" Bourne asked, his voice now quiet, heavy with pain. "For her," Kaelin answered without a shred of hesitation. The certainty in his voice was a physical comfort, a shield. "I will stand against the world." The air crackled with the unspoken schism. Bourne held his son's gaze for a long, silent moment. I could see the calculations in his eyes, the weighing of impossible choices. To attack me would be to attack Kaelin. To force the issue could splinter the pack, pitting those loyal to the Alpha against those who followed the future Alpha. It was a risk he could not take, not with a harsh winter looming and rival packs watching for any sign of weakness. Finally, with a sigh that seemed to drain all the strength from his body, Bourne lowered his hand. He looked older suddenly, beaten. "You have made your choice," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "And you will live with its consequences. Both of you." He turned to Garth. "The old hunting cabin at the base of the Shadow Peak. It has been unused since your grandsire's time. Stock it with supplies, enough for 2, and see that the warding stones are renewed around its perimeter." He looked back at Kaelin, his eyes cold as a winter sky. "You will take her there. You will be her keeper. You will not return to the den. You will not join the hunt. You are her guard and her jailer. If she loses control, if that thing inside her looks upon any member of this pack with hunger, your duty is to put her down. Do you understand me, Kaelin? That is your charge and your sentence. Exile, but not alone. A prison, but with a guardian. It was a compromise born of a father's love and an alpha's fear." Kaelin gave a single sharp nod. "Understood." He looked down at me then, and for the first time, a flicker of something other than defiance or intensity crossed his features. It was a deep, aching tenderness that stole my breath. It spoke of a burden shared, a fate accepted. Without another word to his father, he turned and began to walk, carrying me away from the sacred clearing, away from the terrified eyes of our pack. We walked in silence, leaving the life I had known, a life of shame and obscurity, behind us. I didn't look back. There was nothing there for me. The path to the old cabin was steep and overgrown. Kaelin moved with an easy, tireless grace, his strength unwavering. I remained silent in his arms, my mind a blank slate of shock. I was aware of the branches that brushed against us, of the scent of the deep, undisturbed woods, of the rhythmic beat of his heart against my ear. It was a steady, powerful rhythm, a counterpoint to the silent, cold stillness within me. As we walked, the presence inside me settled. It was no longer writhing in protest. It was observing, learning through my senses. It felt the warmth of Kaelin's body, cataloged the scent of his skin, registered the protective circle of his arms, and in the deep, starless place it occupied in my soul, I felt a flicker of something that was not hunger, not rage, but interest. A cold, possessive curiosity directed at the man who had called me his. The shadow inside me had recognized the shadow in his claim, and it had approved. Chapter 3. An Alpha Son's Defiance. The world narrowed to the circle of Kaelin's arms. The forest we moved through was older, wilder than the woods near the den. Here, the pines grew so thick their branches knitted together into a perpetual twilight, and the ground was a soft, deep carpet of fallen needles that muffled the sound of his steps. Moss grew in thick emerald pelts over ancient fallen logs, and the air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, resin, and the kind of deep, patient silence that comes from centuries without human interference. It felt like walking into a forgotten age, a fitting journey for a girl who had just become a vessel for one. I didn't know how long he walked. Time had become a fluid, meaningless thing. I was adrift, my consciousness floating between the profound exhaustion of my body and the cold, watchful stillness of the entity within me. It was this entity that catalogued our surroundings with an unnerving precision. It noted the subtle shifts in the wind that carried the scent of a snow hare hiding in a thicket 100 yards away. It registered the faint tremor in the earth that spoke of a subterranean river deep below. It watched Kalen, not with my dazed confusion, but with an ancient analytical focus. It assessed the steady rhythm of his heart, the unwavering strength in his arms, the way his head tilted to listen to the forest's whispers. It was taking his measure, and I was the unwilling observer to its cold appraisal. My own thoughts were a tangled mess. One moment I was drowning in gratitude so fierce it felt like pain. He had saved me. He had stood against his own father, his entire pack, for me. The next, a wave of terror would crash over me. He was my jailer. His final duty, if I failed, was to be my executioner. He was my protector and my potential doom, all wrapped in one formidable package. The contradiction was a knife twisting in my gut. Finally, the trees began to thin. Ahead, thrusting up from the forest floor, was the dark, jagged silhouette of the Shadow Peak, a mountain that had always marked the farthest boundary of our territory. No one ever came here. The hunting was poor, the terrain treacherous, and the winds that howled down from its slopes were said to carry the ghosts of wolves lost to the harshest winters. Nestled at its base, almost swallowed by the encroaching forest, was a small, dark shape, the hunting cabin. As we drew closer, I could see it more clearly. It was wooded, built of thick, dark logs now silvered with age and covered in creeping ivy. The roof, made of slate, was patched with moss. A stone chimney stood crookedly at one end, and the single window was a dark, vacant eye staring out at the wilderness. It looked less like a shelter and more like a tomb. A circle of gray, weather-worn stones, each about the height of a man's knee, was embedded in the earth around the cabin, forming a perimeter about 30 feet out. They were smooth, featureless, but as Kalen stepped over the invisible line they marked, the air shimmered for a moment, and a low hum vibrated through my teeth. The warding stones, meant to contain me. The entity inside me went utterly still, a predator recognizing the bars of its cage. It did not struggle or rage, it simply observed and waited. Kalen's arms tightened around me as he mounted the 2 stone steps to the heavy wooden door. It wasn't locked. He nudged it open with his shoulder, the hinges groaning in protest, and carried me inside. The air in the cabin was thick with the dust of ages, cold and stale. A single room, larger than I expected, lay in shadow. A massive stone hearth dominated one wall, its mouth black with ancient soot. A rough-hewn table and 2 chairs stood in the center, and against the far wall were 2 simple wooden cots, their frames bare. It was stark, empty, and profoundly lonely. Kalen carried me to one of the cots and gently, so gently, laid me down. The movement sent a fresh wave of dizziness through me. The world spun, and I squeezed my eyes shut. My wounded hand, coming up to press against my forehead. "Don't move," he commanded softly. I heard the sound of him moving about the cabin, the scraping of wood, the clink of flint and steel. A few moments later, a crackling sound reached my ears, and a wave of warmth began to push back the oppressive chill. I risked opening my eyes. He had started a fire in the hearth. The nascent flames danced and lipped, casting flickering golden light across the stone and dark wood, chasing the deepest shadows back into the corners. The room instantly felt less like a tomb and more like a refuge. He disappeared outside for a moment and returned with a bucket of water from a well I hadn't seen. After setting it by the fire to warm, he came back to my cot. In the flickering firelight, his face was a landscape of sharp angles and deep shadows. His glacial eyes seemed to hold the fire's light, making them glow with an unnerving intensity. "Your hand," he said. It wasn't a question. He knelt beside the cot, his presence filling the small space between the bed and the wall. He reached for my right hand, the one Maeve had cut. My first instinct was to pull it back, to hide the source of all this chaos, but I didn't. I let him take it. His fingers were long and calloused, the hand of a warrior and a hunter, yet his touch was unbelievably gentle as he cradled my palm. The wound was a stark, angry red line against my skin, crusted with dried blood. The bleeding had stopped, but it ached with a deep, pulsing throb. He took a clean strip of cloth from a pack of supplies left near the door. Garth must have been here already. Dipped it in the warming water and began to clean the cut. His movements were efficient, practiced. I watched his dark head, bent in concentration, the firelight catching the blue-black sheen of his hair. I could feel the warmth of his breath on my skin. The intimacy of the simple act was overwhelming. No one had tended to me with such care since my mother. The cold thing inside me was agitated by his proximity, by his touch. It saw his focused attention as a vulnerability, his gentleness as a weakness. A cold, contemptuous thought, not my own, slithered through my mind. He touches the cage, not the creature within. I shuddered, and his head snapped up, his eyes instantly meeting mine. Did I hurt you? No, I whispered, my voice hoarse. No, it's cold. It was the only explanation I could offer for the tremor that had run through me. He frowned, his gaze searching my face, knowing it was more than that but not pushing. He finished cleaning the wound, his touch lingering for a moment before he carefully wrapped my palm with another strip of clean linen. It will scar, he said, his voice low. A reminder. A reminder of what? I asked, my voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. That I'm a monster? His eyes hardened. He tied off the bandage and finally released my hand, though the warmth of his touch seemed to linger on my skin. A reminder that you survived, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. That you are more than they ever thought you were. He stood and moved to the other side of the room, putting a physical distance between us. He began unpacking the supplies Garth had left. Dried meats, hard cheeses, skins of water and ale, thick fur blankets. He worked with a silent, restless energy, the firelight playing over the powerful muscles of his back and shoulders. The silence stretched, filled only by the sounds of the fire and the lonely sigh of the wind outside. I couldn't bear it. I had to know. Why? The word was a croak, but it was loud enough to make him stop what he was doing. He turned slowly to face me, a fur blanket in his hands. Why what, Serenia? Why did you do it? I pushed myself up, my back resting against the cold stone wall. The room tilted for a second, then steadied. Defy your father? Stand against the entire pack? You claimed me. You called me yours. Why, Kaelin? They were going to cast me out. You should have let them. He walked back towards me, his expression unreadable in the dancing light. He tossed the heavy fur onto the foot of my cot. Letting them would have been easier, he admitted, his voice a low growl. It would have been the lawful thing to do. Then why? I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate edge. They think I'm a curse, an abomination. My own alpha looked at me with horror. But you didn't even flinch. He stood over me, a dark, imposing figure against the fire's glow. For a long moment, he said nothing, just watched me, his blue eyes seeming to pierce right through my skin, my bones, to the shivering core of my soul. Because I never believed you were broken, he said at last, his voice dropping to an intense, almost confidential whisper. I've watched you my whole life, Serenia. I saw the others mock you, saw the elders dismiss you. They saw weakness. They saw a failure. He took a step closer, his voice laced with a raw, fierce energy. I saw a cage. I saw a spirit so strong, a power so immense, that it refused to take the shape of a simple wolf. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was there. I could always feel it, like the deep hum of the earth before a quake. I stared at him, speechless. All my life I had felt that hollowness, that aching void. He had seen it not as an absence, but as a presence, a containment. Today at the stone, he continued, his gaze unwavering, I saw the cage break. I saw what you were holding back. And it was magnificent. Terrifying, yes, but magnificent. The pack saw a monster to be destroyed. I saw power that has been denied its place for too long. I saw you finally unleashed. My heart was hammering against my ribs. A frantic, wild thing. No one had ever seen me. Not really. They had seen the failed wolf, the omega, the burden. He had seen a caged power. And the claim, I whispered, the word tasting strange and foreign on my tongue. When you said I was yours? A muscle tightened in his jaw. That was instinct, he said, the words seeming to be torn from him. The moment that roar left your throat, the moment I saw all that raw, untamed power, something inside my own wolf rose up and answered. It wasn't a choice. It was a recognition. The law says an alpha is meant to lead the strongest, to protect the pack's greatest assets. When I looked at you, bleeding and broken on the ground but blazing with a power that humbled my father, my wolf, my soul, knew that you were the most powerful thing it had ever seen, and it knew it could not let anything harm you. He fell silent, the weight of his confession hanging in the air between us. It wasn't a declaration of love, not in the way the human stories told it. It was something far more primal, more deeply rooted in the harsh, instinctual reality of our world. It was a claim of power recognizing power, a wolf's instinct to protect and possess something of immense, terrifying value. I didn't know what to say. The truth of his words settled into my bones. Next to the cold presence of the forgotten night, he had not saved me out of pity. He had saved me out of a deep, instinctual reverence for the very thing that terrified everyone else. My father is right about one thing, he said, his tone shifting, becoming grim. This power is dangerous. We don't know what it is or what it wants. And my duty is to the pack first. If it threatens them, if it threatens to consume you. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The alpha's ultimatum was a tangible presence in the room, a third entity alongside me and him. Your duty is to put her down. I wrapped my arms around myself, a sudden bone-deep chill running through me that had nothing to do with the cabin. I don't know how to control it, Kaylin. I don't even know what it is. When it came out, I wasn't there anymore. Something else was looking through my eyes. I know, he said softly. That's why we're here, away from the pack, away from their fear. Here, you can learn. And I will be here to help you. And if you can't, I'll be here for that too. His promise was both a comfort and a death sentence. He turned away then, as if the emotional intimacy had become too much. He spread the other fur blanket on the second cot, as far from mine as the room would allow. Our new world was established. Two solitary beings, trapped in a cage of stone and warts, one a monster, the other her keeper. Exhaustion finally began to claim me. I lay back down, pulling the thick fur he'd given me up to my chin. It smelled faintly of him, of pine and cold stone. The fire crackled and hissed, a warm, living heart in the cold, dead cabin. Kaylin sat in one of the wooden chairs, his back to me, staring into the flames. He was a silent, brooding guardian, a shadow defined by the firelight. As I drifted on the edge of sleep, my mind finally quiet after the storm of the day, a new voice whispered in the silence of my head. It was not my own thought. It was clear, cold, and sharp as a shard of obsidian, rising from the abyss within me. The male is strong, it said, a voice of ancient ice and starlight. He saw our power and did not flee. He laid his claim. A possessive, chilling satisfaction echoed through the words, a feeling that was utterly alien to me. The voice was silent for a moment, and then it spoke again, a quiet, deadly pronouncement that froze the very blood in my veins. He will serve. Chapter 4. The hunger in her veins. I woke to a world of gray and gold. The morning light, filtered through the single dusty window, was weak and thin, painting the cabin's interior in pale, muted tones. The fire in the hearth had been banked, its embers glowing a deep, pulsing orange like a sleeping heart. For a single blissful moment, I was just Serenia, a girl waking in a strange bed. Then memory returned, a cold, crushing weight. The trial, the roar, the terror in my pack's eyes. Kaylin, and the voice, it was still there. A silent, waiting presence in the back of my mind. The forgotten night. It felt less like a voice now and more like a vast, cold intelligence that had fused with my own. It was a lens through which I now saw the world, a filter of ancient ice that colored every perception. My body felt different. The bone-deep exhaustion was gone, replaced by a strange, humming energy that vibrated just beneath my skin. The dull ache in my wounded palm was a distant throb, an inconvenience rather than a source of pain. I sat up, the heavy fur pelt sliding from my shoulders. The air in the cabin was cold, but the chill no longer seemed to touch me. It felt familiar, comfortable. The cold was my new element. Kaylin was not in the cabin. The cot he had used was empty, the fur neatly folded at its foot. Panic, a distant echo of my old self, flared for a second. Had he left? Had he abandoned me in this prison? The entity within me scoffed at the thought. A wave of pure, cold certainty washing away my fear. He is marked. He will not stray. The thought was so clear, so possessive, that it made me shudder. Marked? How? I pushed the unsettling thought aside and slid my feet to the cold stone floor. A strange primal hunger was gnawing at my stomach, sharper and more demanding than any hunger I had ever felt before. It wasn't the simple need for sustenance. It was a deep, visceral craving for something vital, something raw. The cabin door creaked open, and Kaylin entered, bringing a gust of frigid mountain air with him. He carried a brace of plump rabbits, their fur still dark with blood. He moved with a silent, lethal grace, every line of his body taut with the energy of a predator who had just made a kill. He hadn't shifted, I realized. He had hunted them as a man, with knives or snares. A flicker of respect, cold and analytical, came from the entity. It appreciated his skill. His blue eyes found mine across the room. He gave a curt nod, his expression revealing nothing. "You're awake." "I am," I said, my voice sounding stronger, clearer than it had yesterday. He dropped the rabbits onto the wooden table with a soft, wet thud. The sight of them, the coppery scent of their fresh blood hitting the air, did something strange to me. My mouth watered. The hunger inside me sharpened, twisting into a painful, demanding knot. The entity wanted it. It wanted the life force still cooling in their bodies. My human sensibilities recoiled in disgust, but the revulsion was a faint, flimsy thing against the tide of this new, primal craving. Kaylin began to skin one of the rabbits with an efficient, practiced economy of motion, his hunting knife flashing in the dim light. I couldn't tear my eyes away. "There is cheese and dried bread in the pack," he said without looking up, his voice a low rumble. "Help yourself." The thought of dry bread was like ash in my mouth. My gaze remained fixed on the glistening dark meat he was revealing beneath the rabbit's pelt. He must have felt the intensity of my stare, because he paused, his knife still, and slowly lifted his head. His eyes met mine, and he saw it. He saw the hunger. It must have been naked on my face, a feral, unsettling thing. A flicker of something, caution perhaps, or a new level of understanding crossed his features. He said nothing, simply finished his work. He set aside the skin carcass and began to prepare the other, his movements just as precise, but now imbued with a watchful tension. I forced myself to move, to break the strange predatory spell. I walked to the supply pack and pulled out a small wheel of hard cheese and a piece of dense, dark bread. I sat at the table opposite him and made myself take a bite of the bread. It was tasteless, its texture like sawdust. I chewed and swallowed with difficulty, the act feeling unnatural, forced. My body, or the thing that now cohabited it, did not want this. It wanted what he had. It wanted blood and meat. He finished with the second rabbit and took the carcasses outside, presumably to clean them. When he returned, he moved to the hearth, stoking the embers back to life and adding fresh wood. He set a small iron grill over the flames and placed the meat on it to cook. The smell of searing flesh filled the cabin. Normally, it would have been a comforting, savory aroma. Now it smelled ruined. The fire was destroying what my body craved. "We need to set some rules," he said, his back still to me as he tended the fire. The entity bristled at the word rules. "He seeks to chain us." "Rules?" I asked, keeping my voice carefully neutral, fighting down the cold wave of defiance that rose from within. "This is not the den," he continued, turning to face me. He leaned against the stone mantel of the hearth, his arms crossed over his chest, a posture of casual authority that was anything but. "There are no elders here, no pack to keep the peace. There is only you and me and that power inside you, and these wards." He gestured to the walls of the cabin, as if he could see the invisible cage that surrounded us. "I will not harm you, Kaylin," I said, and the words felt true. I wouldn't. But I was no longer sure I was the only one in control. "I know you won't," he said, his gaze intense. "Not Serenia, but we don't know what it wants. So the first rule is you tell me everything, every change you feel, every thought that isn't yours, every urge. You don't hide anything, not from me. Your survival, our survival, depends on us knowing the nature of the beast we're living with." His logic was sound, but the thought of sharing the cold, possessive whispers of the entity felt like a profound violation. It was my secret, my horror. "He wishes to know our strength so he can devise a stronger cage," the voice murmured. "Do not trust him." "And if I don't?" I challenged, the entity's defiance bleeding into my tone. His expression didn't change, but his eyes grew colder. "Then I will have to assume the worst at all times," he said, his voice flat. "I will have to treat you like a prisoner instead of a partner in this. I would prefer not to. The choice is yours." A partner. The word was a stark contrast to the word prisoner. He was offering me a sliver of agency, of respect. He was not just my jailer. He was inviting me to be a guardian of myself, alongside him. It was a shrewd, calculated move, and it was devastatingly effective. My own will, the part of me that was still Serenia, grasped for that offering like a drowning woman for a rope. I took a deep, shuddering breath. "The hunger," I said, the confession feeling like a betrayal of the powerful thing inside me. "It's different. When you brought in the rabbits, I wanted them. Raw." He nodded slowly, his gaze unwavering. He wasn't shocked. He wasn't disgusted. He was processing, filing the information away. "Primal instincts. It makes sense. It's a predator. Of course it would crave raw food." He pushed off from the mantel. "We'll start slow. We'll see what your body can tolerate, but you need to eat." He took the cooked meat from the grill and brought it to the table, along with a knife. He cut a piece for me and pushed it across the table. I looked at the gray cooked flesh, and my stomach turned. But I met his eyes, and I saw the unspoken challenge there. "This is our first test. Don't fail it." I picked up the meat and ate. It was difficult, but I forced it down, bite by painful bite. It felt like an act of rebellion against the entity, a small, desperate declaration that I was still in control of my own body. The entity raged in silence, a storm of cold fury in my mind, but it did not stop me. After the strained meal, a restless energy began to build in me. The cabin felt too small, the walls too close, the humming power under my skin demanded release. "I need to go outside," I said, standing up. Kaylin was instantly on his feet. "I'll come with you." We stepped out into the biting morning air. The sun was higher now, but it offered no warmth. I walked across the cleared ground, my boots crunching on the frozen earth. Kaylin a few paces behind me, a silent shadow. I felt an invisible pull, a curiosity, and I let it guide me towards the perimeter, towards the circle of warding stones. As I drew closer, the air grew thick, heavy, like the moments before a lightning strike. The humming under my skin intensified. The entity was aware of the wards, and it hated them. I stopped about 5 feet from the nearest stone. It was just a simple gray rock, unremarkable, but I could feel the power it held. a shimmering wall of energy that vibrated in a frequency that was anathema to the cold darkness I carried. "A cage," the voice hissed, no longer a whisper, but a sharp, angry thought that sliced through my own. "They have caged us," driven by a compulsion that was only half my own. I took another step forward. The air crackled. The fine hairs on my arms stood on end. I felt a pressure building against my skin, pushing me back. "Serenia, don't," Kalen warned, his voice low and urgent. But I had to know. I had to feel the bars of my prison. I reached out my hand, my fingers trembling, and pushed it forward but into the unseen barrier. The moment my fingertips crossed the line, a searing, white-hot pain shot up my arm. It wasn't fire. It was its opposite, a pain of absolute cold that burned with the intensity of 1,000 stars dying. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and stumbled back, clutching my arm. The entity shrieked in my mind, a soundless explosion of pure, unadulterated rage. For a terrifying second, my vision went black, replaced by a swirling vortex of violet-black energy. I felt the power inside me surge, gathering itself, preparing to lash out at the thing that had harmed it. A wave of absolute cold erupted from me, and the frost on the ground around my feet instantly spread, coating the earth in a thick, crystalline sheet of black ice. "Serenia, fight it!" Kalen's voice was a lifeline in the roaring chaos of my mind. He was beside me in an instant, his hands gripping my shoulders, his warmth a searing anchor against the encroaching void. "Breathe, look at me, find your center, don't let it take you." I stared into his eyes, a vortex of blue in a world that was dissolving into shadow. I saw the fierce urgency there, the desperate will he was projecting towards me. He wasn't afraid of the power, he was afraid of losing me to it. I fought. I clawed my way back from the edge of that cold abyss, focusing on the feeling of his hands on my shoulders, the scent of pine and stone, the solid, unshakable reality of him. Slowly, painstakingly, the black vortex receded. My vision cleared. The unholy cold receded, leaving me shaking, gasping for breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. The black ice on the ground remained, a stark, physical proof of my momentary loss of control. Kalen's grip gentled, but he didn't let go. He held me there until my trembling subsided. "You felt that," I whispered, my voice ragged. "You felt that, didn't you?" "I felt it," he confirmed, his voice grim. His gaze dropped to the black ice at our feet, then returned to my face. It reacted to the pain. It tried to defend itself, to attack the wards. "It wanted to tear them down," I said, the memory of that cold, absolute rage still echoing through me. "It wanted to tear everything down." He finally released me, taking a half step back. The look on his face was one he had not shown me before, not defiance, not tenderness, not even grim determination. It was the look of a wolf who had just seen the true size and strength of the beast it was stalking. It was a look of profound, sober respect for the danger we were in. "Now we know," he said, his voice quiet. "The hunger in your veins isn't just for food. It's a hunger for freedom, a hunger to be unleashed." He looked from the smoking black ice back to me, and his blue eyes held a new, harder light. "And my job is to make sure that never happens." Chapter 5. Whispers of a Buried Age. The days that followed fell into a tense, fragile rhythm. We were two celestial bodies trapped in a tight, unwilling orbit, circling the gravitational pull of the power that lived inside me. Kalen was a constant, watchful presence. He hunted, he chopped wood, he maintained the fire, his movements economical and precise. He spoke little, but his silence was not empty. It was filled with observation. His glacial eyes were always on me, tracking my every move, gauging my every reaction. He was studying me, learning the tells of the entity, searching for the seams between Serenia and the forgotten night. I was his subject. My life became a series of small, controlled experiments. The hunger was a constant battle. Kalen began leaving a small portion of his kills uncooked for me, a sliver of raw rabbit or squirrel meat left on a stone by the hearth. The first time I ate it, shame and disgust warred with the overwhelming, instinctual satisfaction that flooded my senses. The entity purred in my mind, a wave of cold contentment, and my body absorbed the raw life force with an unnerving efficiency. I felt stronger, clearer, the hum of power beneath my skin, becoming a steady, thrumming song. Kalen watched me, his face impassive, but I saw the slight narrowing of his eyes, the way he catalogued my reaction. He was learning what fed the beast. The entity, for its part, was learning too. It learned the boundaries of the wards, the feel of our cage. It learned the rhythm of Kalen's heartbeat, the scent of his approach. It began to offer me things, whispers of power in the quiet moments. It showed me how to draw the cold from the air and feel the frost form on the window pane with a focused thought. It let me hear the scuttling of a mouse beneath the floorboards as if it were a drumbeat next to my ear. It showed me flashes of the forest through the eyes of an owl, hunting in the dead of night, fleeting, disorienting visions that left me dizzy and nauseous. It was tempting me, showing me what I could be, what we could be, if I would only yield a little more control. I resisted. I clung to the simple human parts of myself with a desperate tenacity. I braided my hair each morning. I scrubbed the cabin's single pot with sand from the creek until it shone. I traced the patterns in the wood grain of the table. I focused on the feeling of the rough wool blanket against my skin. These small, tactile things were my anchors to the girl I had been, a girl who was slipping away with every passing hour. The tension between Kalen and me was a constant low hum, as palpable as the energy from the warding stones. We were cellmates, not companions. We shared a space, a fire, a terrible secret, but a chasm of purpose lay between us. He was my warden, I was his charge. He was the wall, and I was the storm beating against it. Yet there were moments, brief and startling, when the roles blurred. One evening, a log shifted in the fire, sending a shower of sparks onto the hearth. One ember landed on the sleeve of my tunic, and before I could even register the smell of singed leather, Kalen was across the room, his hand clamping down on my arm, smothering the spark with his bare palm. The hiss of the ember dying against his skin was loud in the silence. He held his hand there for a heartbeat too long, and his touch was not that of a jailer. It was instinct, protective. The cold in my veins recoiled from his heat, but the woman in me leaned into the solid, grounding pressure of his hand. Our eyes met over his arm, and in the flickering firelight, the chasm between us seemed to shrink to a fragile, trembling line. He pulled back as if burned, his expression shuddering once more, and retreated to his side of the room without a word. It was on the 5th day that he broke our silent routine. After our morning meal, mine a strip of raw venison, his cooked, he didn't go out to check his snares. Instead, he unbarred a heavy wooden chest that I had assumed held nothing but old tools. From it, he pulled out a long, leather-wrapped bundle. He carried it to the table and unwrapped it with a strange reverence. Inside were several scrolls of brittle, yellowed parchment, bound with leather ties. They smelled of dust and time, and something else, a faint, dry scent like crushed, forgotten herbs. "My father is a man of law, but he is not a fool," Kalen said, his voice a low rumble in the quiet cabin. "He knows that a threat you don't understand is a threat you can't defeat. He allowed me to take these from the Pack's archives before we left. They are from the Elder Library. Texts so old most believe them to be fables." He looked at me, his eyes serious. "They speak of the buried age. They speak of the forgotten night." A cold thrill, part terror, part a strange, hungry curiosity from the entity, shot through me. This was it. The history of the thing that wore my skin. "You want me to read these?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I want us to read them," he corrected. "I need to know what we are facing, and you need to know what you are." He slid one of the scrolls across the table. My hand trembled as I reached for it. The parchment was so fragile I feared it would crumble at my touch. I carefully untied the leather cord and unrolled it. The script was ancient, a spidery, angular form of the old tongue that was used only for the most sacred rituals. The ink was faded to a rusty brown, and in places, it was blurred by what could have been water damage or tears. Kaelin unrolled another, and we began to read in silence, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the whisper of the wind outside. The texts were fragmented, the accounts of terrified scribes writing in the shadow of a catastrophe. They did not describe a war in the way our pack sagas did, with glorious battles and heroic alphas. They described a creeping, insidious plague of the soul. It came not with a howl, but with silence, one passage read. The winter it rose was the quietest on record. The birds ceased to sing. The wolves grew still. The night fell, not from the sky, but rose from the earth, and it was cold. It wore the skin of our strongest warrior, Lyran, but when he spoke, his voice was the sound of ice grinding on stone, and his eyes were pits of despair. He did not kill with tooth and claw. He walked through the den, and those he passed near felt their spirits freeze, their hope wither and die. They lay down in the snow and did not rise again. I looked up at Kaelin, my heart a cold stone in my chest. He was staring at the words on his own scroll, his brow furrowed, a muscle tight in his jaw. He felt my gaze and looked up, his blue eyes dark with the horror of the text. "It kills with despair," I whispered. "How is that possible?" "It's a parasite of the spirit," he murmured, his eyes flicking back to the scroll. "It doesn't feed on flesh. It feeds on emotion, on hope, on life itself." The entity within me stirred at his words, not with denial, but with a cold, ancient affirmation. It was a confirmation of its own nature. I continued to read, my hands shaking. The scroll spoke of how the forgotten night could not manifest on its own. It was formless, a being of pure, cold consciousness. It needed a vessel, a host. It could only anchor itself in the world through a shifter, using their life force, their connection to the physical plane, as a bridge. It found its home in the bloodline of the Veil. Another scroll recounted, this one written in a different, more frantic hand. They were moon callers, a lineage with a deeper connection to the primal energies than the rest of us. The night saw this connection as a doorway. It took the maiden Lyra Veil, and in her it found its perfect anchor. She became the first vessel, the source of the plague. Her own pack cast her out, but the night wore her like a cloak and walked among its enemies, a beautiful, smiling vessel of absolute death. Veil, my bloodline, my own name. I felt the blood drain from my face. This wasn't a random curse. It was an inheritance. The entity within me pulsed with a strange, triumphant energy, a sense of homecoming. It had returned to the bloodline that had first given it form. "Kaelin," I said, my voice strangled. He looked up, and the terror must have been plain on my face. I pushed the scroll towards him, my finger trembling as I pointed to the name. Veil. It says my name. He leaned over, reading the passage quickly. A grim, hard line formed around his mouth. He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a new, terrible understanding. And something else, pity. It was the first time I had seen it there, and I hated it. "This isn't your fault, Serenia," he said, his voice a low growl. "It's a curse in your blood. You didn't ask for it." "But it's mine," I said, the words tasting like poison. "It's been waiting for me. All those years I thought I was broken, that my wolf wouldn't answer. It wasn't that my wolf was weak, it was that this thing was already there. It was sleeping in my blood, and it wouldn't allow another predator in its territory. It wouldn't share its vessel. The realization washed over me with the force of a physical blow. My entire life, my entire identity as the pack's failure, had been a lie. I wasn't empty. I was occupied." We kept reading, driven now by a desperate need to find a solution, a weapon, a glimmer of hope in these terrifying records. We found none. The scrolls only detailed the devastation, how the first Alpha, a shifter of immense spiritual power, had not been able to kill the night. He could only sever its connection to its host. With the aid of the Moonseers, the final scroll read, Alpha Vorlog performed the rite of sundering. He could not destroy the night, for it is eternal. He could not kill the vessel, for her life force was inextricably bound to it. So he did the only thing he could. He tore them apart. He sealed the night deep within the earth, in a tomb of obsidian and blood magic, anchored by the trial stone. And he bound the bloodline of the vessel with a powerful ward, a seal that would suppress their connection to the primal energies, rendering their wolves silent for all generations, lest the night ever find its doorway again. It all clicked into place, the final horrifying piece of the puzzle. My silent wolf wasn't a curse. It was a protection, a seal placed on my ancestors to keep the monster caged. For generations, my family had been born without the wolf, the price they paid for the first alpha's mercy. They were living wards, their weakened bloodline a lock on a cage, and I had just broken it. My blood, I whispered, staring at my bandaged hand. On the trial stone. The stone wasn't meant to call a wolf. It was the anchor for the prison, my blood, my veil blood. It was the key. Kalen leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his dark hair. The weight of centuries, of this long-kept, terrifying secret, seemed to settle on his shoulders. Your trial, it was never meant to happen. The elders must have forgotten the stone's true purpose, or they came to believe it was just a story. They made you put the key in the lock. We sat in silence, the truth a suffocating presence in the small cabin. I was the descendant of the monster's first vessel. I was the key that had opened a prison 1,000 years old. And now the monster was wearing my skin, looking at the world through my eyes, and its jailer was the only person standing between it and a world it wanted to consume. The entity within me felt complete. It was no longer just a passenger. It knew its own history. It knew its name, its purpose, its connection to me. It felt its power settle into my bones, into the very marrow of me, with a new and terrifying permanence. It was no longer sleeping. It was awake. And it was home. At dusk began to bleed through the window, painting the snow-dusted trees outside in shades of violet and gray. A sound drifted on the wind. It was faint at first, then clearer, a long, mournful sound that was not the howl of a Blackwood wolf. Their howls were familiar to me, a chorus of deep, resonant voices. This was different. It was a single, solitary howl, thin and reedy, yet carrying a strange, unnerving undertone, something that spoke of hunger and madness. It was a sound that did not belong in these mountains. Kalen was on his feet in an instant, his body rigid, his head cocked towards the door. His face, which had been a mask of grim revelation, was now transformed. It was the face of a predator who has scented a rival on its territory. What was that? I asked. A new kind of fear, sharp and immediate, piercing through the haze of ancient dread. He didn't answer immediately. He walked to the door, pressing his ear against the thick wood, listening. The howl came again, closer this time. The unnatural, discordant notes of it scraped along my nerves. The entity within me recoiled, not in fear, but in pure territorial aggression. It was the hatred of a supreme predator for a lesser, unclean scavenger. Carrion eater, the entity spat in my mind. It fouls our air. Kalen turned from the door, his blue eyes blazing with a cold, dangerous light. Trouble, he said, his voice a low, deadly growl. That is the howl of a striga, a blood wolf. They haven't been seen this far north in a generation. He looked at me, and his expression was grim. It seems we are not the only monsters in these woods. Chapter 6. A Bond Forged in Shadow. Kalen's use of the word monster was a physical blow, a stark reminder of the chasm that separated us from the world and from each other. But the immediate predatory focus in his eyes wasn't directed at me. It was aimed outward, at the encroaching howl that defiled the sanctity of our isolation. The entity inside me resonated with his territorial aggression, a silent, cold harmony of purpose. The striga was an intruder, an impurity. An enemy? What is a blood wolf? I asked. my voice steady, despite the tremor of adrenaline that shot through my limbs. The name itself was a vile thing, conjuring images of rot and disease. Kalen moved away from the door, his body a study in coiled tension. He went to the heavy chest and pulled out a long-bladed hunting knife, its steel a dull, menacing gray in the dim light. He checked its edge with his thumb, his movements economical and deadly. "They're not true wolves," he said, his voice a low, guttural rumble. "They're a perversion, shifters who lose themselves entirely to the blood rage, whose human souls are so weak they shatter during the change. What's left is a creature of pure, mindless hunger. They don't hunt to eat. They hunt to kill. They're driven by a madness that burns them from the inside out." He looked at me, his blue eyes hard as chips of ice. "They are drawn to sources of power. They are scavengers of the supernatural. It must have sensed you. It scented the power that was unleashed at the trial stone and followed it here. It was my fault. This new danger was on our doorstep because of me. The guilt was a familiar, bitter taste in my mouth, the echo of a lifetime of being a burden. But this time, it was different. The guilt was swiftly shouldered aside by a cold, rising anger that was not entirely my own. The entity was offended. It viewed the Striga not as a threat, but as an utter, complete inferior. A rabid dog sniffing at the heels of a god. "What will it do?" I asked. "It will test the wards," Kalen said, moving to the single window and peering through a crack in the wooden shutter. "It will circle us, feel out the perimeter. It's mindless, but it still has a low cunning, an animal instinct for weakness. If the wards hold, it may eventually give up and move on. If they don't..." He didn't need to finish. He laid the long knife on the table and picked up a heavy, iron-headed wood axe that was leaning by the hearth. He tested its weight, swinging it once in a short, brutal arc that whistled through the air. The howling came again, closer now, a series of sharp, frantic yips followed by a long, agonized wail that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the night. It was the sound of a creature in constant, unbearable pain, a pain it could only soothe by inflicting it on others. I went to the door, placing my palm flat against the rough wood. I closed my eyes, reaching out not with my human senses, but with the cold perception of the night. I pushed past the thrum of the wards, focusing on the world beyond our cage. I could feel it. A frantic, chaotic energy skittering at the edge of the clearing. It felt hot. A messy, feverish heat of rage and bloodlust. It was a stark, jarring contrast to the absolute zero of my own power. "It's here," I whispered, "just beyond the trees." Kalen was beside me in an instant. He didn't question how I knew. He simply accepted it. He placed his hand on the door beside mine, and for a moment we stood like that. Two guardians at a gate, his warmth and my cold separated by mere inches of wood. A scraping sound, the screech of claws on stone, came from outside. It was at the perimeter. A low guttural snarling followed, a wet, choking sound of fury. It had found the warding line. "It feels the barrier," Kalen murmured, his breath stirring the hair at my temple. His proximity was both a comfort and a source of intense, charged energy. The entity inside me was aware of him, of his strength, his heat, his claim. It saw him not as an ally, but as a tool, the first line of defense for its vessel. There was a sudden, violent thud against the nearest warding stone, followed by a pained yelp. The Striga had thrown itself against the invisible wall. The air in the cabin shimmered and a low hum vibrated up through the floor. The wards were holding. For the next hour, the creature raged. It threw itself against the barrier again and again, its snarls of frustration growing more and more unhinged. It clawed at the frozen earth, scoring deep gouges in the dirt. The sounds were terrifying, a portrait of a madness so complete it could not be reasoned with or deterred. It would either break through or die trying. I stood by the window, peering through the shutter, Kalen a solid presence at my back. I could see it now, a fleeting shape in the deep twilight. It was larger than any wolf of our pack, but gaunt, its ribs stark against a coat of mangy, patchy fur. Its movements were wrong, jerky, unnatural, its limbs moving at odd angles. Its eyes, even from this distance, glowed with a sickly, yellow light. "It's not giving up," I said, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. "Creatures of madness have no concept of self-preservation," Kalen replied, his voice a low growl of contempt. "It will exhaust itself eventually." But as the words left his mouth, a new sound began, a deep rhythmic thudding. It was no longer throwing its body at the wards. It was digging. It was trying to tunnel under the warding stones. Kalen cursed, a sharp, violent sound. The wards are anchored to the stones, but they only go a few feet deep. If it's determined enough. The digging became more frantic. Clods of frozen earth were thrown into the air. The creature was a blur of desperate, furious motion. The sun had completely set now, and the world was plunged into the deep, velvet black of a moonless night. We were trapped in our small bubble of firelight, a beacon in the darkness for the thing that was clawing its way towards us. Suddenly, the thudding stopped. A triumphant, gurgling howl split the air. It had done it. It had dug beneath the line of power. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then, a heavy, scrabbling sound on the roof of the cabin. "It's on the roof," Kalen breathed, his axe held at the ready. He moved to the center of the room, his eyes scanning the ceiling, his body poised for an attack from any direction. The scraping continued, moving toward the chimney. It was smart, or its madness gave it a cunning that mimicked intelligence. "The hearth," I said, my blood running cold. Kalen's eyes locked on the fireplace. A shower of soot and debris suddenly cascaded down the chimney, hissing as it hit the embers of our fire. The creature was trying to force its way down. "Bar the door," Kalen commanded, never taking his eyes off the hearth. "And get behind me." I slid the heavy iron bar across the door, my heart hammering. Then I grabbed the long hunting knife from the table. The handle was cold and solid in my grip. "I'm not hiding," I said, my voice coming out stronger than I felt. He shot me a look, a mixture of anger and something else I couldn't read. "Serenia, you don't know how to fight. You'll get yourself killed." "And you'll be killed trying to protect me," I countered. The cold logic of the entity was seeping into my fear, sharpening it into a weapon. He is the vessel's shield. The shield must not be broken. A terrible rending crash came from the hearth. A section of the old stone and mortar gave way, and a gaunt yellow-eyed head, snarling and dripping saliva, thrust through the opening. The stench of it filled the cabin, a foul odor of rot, infection, and stale blood. Kalen didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, swinging the axe in a deadly horizontal arc. The iron head connected with the side of the creature's skull with a sickening crunch of bone. The striga shrieked, a sound of pure agony, and jerked its head back up the chimney. But it wasn't over. A moment later, a massive clawed paw smashed through the window, shattering the shutter and sending splinters of wood flying into the room. It clawed frantically at the opening, trying to widen it. Kalen spun, moving to intercept it. As he did, the weakened chimney collapsed inward. The striga, wounded but still moving with that unnatural, frenzied speed, dropped into the room, landing in a crouch amidst the rubble of the hearth. Its head was bleeding freely, one eye swollen shut, but its other yellow eye was fixed on Kalen with an insane, homicidal focus. It charged. Kalen met it head-on, a warrior's roar tearing from his throat. The axe swung again, but the striga was unnaturally fast. It ducked under the blow, its body low to the ground, and slammed into him. The impact sent both of them sprawling. The axe flew from Kalen's grasp, skittering across the stone floor. They were a tangle of limbs and fury. Kalen was strong, a powerful shifter even in his human form, but the striga fought with a rabid, weightless ferocity. Its claws tore at his leather tunic, seeking flesh. Its jaws snapped inches from his throat, its teeth yellow and broken. I screamed his name, my voice thin and useless. I ran forward, the knife held in a clumsy, two-handed grip. but they were moving too fast, a blur of violence. Kalen managed to get a forearm under the creature's jaw, holding its snapping teeth at bay. With his other hand, he reached for the knife at his belt, but the striga was too strong. With a surge of power, it forced him back, its claws finding purchase. 4 deep parallel gashes tore open his side, from his ribs to his hip. He cried out, a sharp, ragged sound of pain, and his grip faltered. The striga's teeth lunged for his throat, and in that moment something inside me broke. The sight of his blood, dark and red in the firelight, the sound of his pain, the imminent threat to the one who had claimed me, who had protected me. It was a catalyst. My own fear vanished, consumed by a wave of absolute freezing rage that was so immense it felt like the world should shatter from the force of it. The entity, the forgotten night, rose up. But this time, I did not fight it. I did not cower, I reached for it. I opened the door I had been holding shut and let the storm come through. Mine! The thought screamed through my soul. A cry of possession so profound it was a physical force. He is mine to protect. The temperature in the cabin plummeted. The flames in the hearth, already scattered, seemed to shrink and dim, the yellow light turning a sickly, spectral blue. The air grew thick, heavy, vibrating with an immense, silent power. Frost, black as obsidian, exploded from my feet, racing across the stone floor in intricate crystalline patterns. It touched the fallen axe, encasing it in a sheath of dark ice. It touched the striga. The creature froze, its jaws an inch from Kalen's throat. It was not a physical paralysis. It was something deeper. Its rabid, frenzied movement ceased. It began to tremble, a violent, full-body shudder. The hot, yellow light in its eye flickered and dimmed, as if a flame were being starved of oxygen. A low, terrified whimper escaped its throat, a sound completely alien to the mindless rage it had displayed before. My power wasn't attacking its body. It was attacking its soul, or what was left of it. I walked forward, the knife forgotten in my hand. I was no longer Serenia, the broken wolf. I was a vessel of the endless, hungry cold between the stars, and this rabid, feverish creature was an offense to my very existence. The black frost spread before me, a carpet of frozen night. The striga scrambled off Kalen, its movements clumsy now, filled with a terror that was absolute. It had faced the axe without fear. It had met Kalen's strength with its own. But this was an enemy it could not comprehend. This was the silent, creeping death of the spirit. It backed away from me, its one good eye wide with a dawning spiritual horror. It saw what I was. Its madness was being consumed, frozen, and replaced by a despair so profound that its will to live was simply evaporating. I raised my hand, my scarred hand, and pointed at it. The air between us crackled with invisible cold. "Be still," I commanded, and my voice was not my own. It was a harmony of 2 voices, mine and the ancient chilling whisper of the night. It was the sound of a tomb door grinding shut. The striga collapsed. It didn't fall as if struck. It simply folded. Its limbs gave way, and it slumped to the floor, its head hitting the stone with a dull thud. The last of the yellow light in its eye winked out, leaving a dull, glassy orb. The frantic, hot energy of its presence was gone, replaced by an utter and complete void. It was not dead in the way a wolf dies. It was extinguished. The silence that fell was absolute. The cold power receded, draining back into the deep well inside me, leaving me shivering, my body suddenly weak, my knees threatening to buckle. The fire in the hearth flared back to life, its warm orange light seeming shockingly bright. My eyes found Kalen. He had pushed himself up, leaning on one elbow, his other hand pressed against the bleeding wounds in his side. He was staring at the body of the striga, then his gaze lifted to me. There was no fear in his eyes. There was no revulsion. There was a raw, staggering awe. He looked at me as if he were seeing me for the very first time, not as the girl he'd grown up with, not as his charge, not even as the vessel of a dark power. He was looking at the power itself, and the woman who had wielded it to save his life. The warden and his prisoner were gone. The Alpha's son and the outcast Omega were gone. In their place were two survivors, bound together by a secret of blood and shadow. I dropped the knife. It clattered on the stone floor. I stumbled to his side, my legs shaking, and knelt in the rubble of the hearth. "You're hurt," I whispered, my own voice returning, small and thin. He looked down at the gashes in his side as if noticing them for the first time. Blood was seeping through his fingers. "It's nothing," he rasped. But the pallor of his skin betrayed the lie. I reached out, my hand hovering over his. "Let me see." He hesitated for only a second before dropping his hand, allowing me access. I tore a strip of cloth from the bottom of my tunic and gently pressed it against the deepest of the wounds, trying to staunch the bleeding. The feel of his warm blood on my fingers, the sight of his vulnerability, solidified the tectonic shift that had just occurred between us. He had protected me with his strength. I had protected him with my darkness. We were inseparably, terrifyingly linked. He watched my face as I tended to him, his expression intent. "Serenia, he said, his voice low and rough. I met his gaze, my hand still pressing the makeshift bandage to his side. "You saved my life." "You saved mine," I answered. A bond had been forged between us in the heart of the fight, a thing of shadow and ice, of desperation and instinct. It was deeper than pack law, older than a blood oath, and far, far more dangerous than either of us could possibly imagine. Chapter 7. Laws Written in Tooth and Claw. The world had shrunk to the space of a few feet, illuminated by the guttering firelight and smelling of blood, soot, and the lingering metallic tang of ozone. The body of the Striga lay in a heap of mangy fur and broken bone, a void in the room where its manic energy had been. But I barely saw it. My entire focus was on Kalen, on the dark blood welling from the 4 parallel gashes in his side, on the shallow, pain-filled breaths he took. My hands, still trembling with the aftershocks of the power I had unleashed, were clumsy as I pressed the makeshift bandage against his torn flesh. The heat of his body was a stark contrast to the memory of the absolute cold that had flooded my veins. It was the heat of life, fragile and precious. The entity within me was silent now, coiled and satiated, but I could feel its cold satisfaction, its possessive pride in the vessel that had so effectively defended its shield. Kalen gritted his teeth, a low groan escaping as I applied pressure. "Deeper than I thought," he rasped. His eyes squeezed shut for a moment. When he opened them, they were fixed on my face, searching, questioning. He wasn't looking at the wound. He was looking at me. "We need to clean this," I said, my voice practical, a flimsy shield against the storm of emotions raging inside me. "And stitch it. Do we have anything?" "The supply pack," he said, his voice strained. "There's a healer's kit. Needle, gut thread, a flask of bitterroot wash." I scrambled to the pack, my movements jerky. I found the small leather roll and brought it back, my mind racing. I had watched the pack healers work, of course, but always from a distance, an Omega not worthy of learning the sacred arts. I had never done more than apply a poultice. Stitching a wound this severe on him, the thought was terrifying. I don't know if I can," I whispered, the confession a painful admission of my lifelong inadequacy. Kalen reached out, his hand closing over my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Yes, you can," he said, his voice leaving no room for doubt. "You just faced down a soul-eater, Serenia. I think you can handle a needle and thread." His faith in me was a sudden, sharp pang in my chest. He wasn't seeing the useless Omega. He was seeing the woman who had just commanded the night itself. He was setting a new standard for me, and I found myself desperate not to fail it. I took a deep breath, the air still thick with the stench of the dead Striga. First, the wash. This is going to hurt. I've had worse, he said, though the line of his jaw was tight as he braced himself. The next hour was an exercise in intense, painful intimacy. I had to help him peel away the torn, blood-soaked layers of his tunic, revealing the ripped muscle and skin beneath. His body was a landscape of hard muscle and old scars, each one a story of a life lived at the sharp edge of survival. This new wound was a raw, angry violation of that strength. As I cleaned it with the antiseptic, eye-watering sting of the bitterroot wash, he hissed in pain, his body going rigid. But he never cried out. I worked under the focused intensity of his gaze, my fingers brushing against his skin, the scent of his blood and his sweat filling my senses. The world outside the cabin, the pack, the curse in my veins, it all faded away, leaving only this. Two people in a cage, one tending to the other, bound by a violence they had shared. Stitching the wounds was the hardest part. My fingers were clumsy at first, the needle slick with blood. But a strange calm settled over me. The cold, analytical part of the entity, the part that observed and calculated, seemed to lend its precision to my fumbling efforts. My hands steadied. My stitches became small, neat, and efficient. I was closing the breach, mending the shield, and some primal, possessive part of me found a grim satisfaction in the act. When I was finished, I wrapped his torso in clean bandages, my arms circling his waist. For a moment, my cheek was pressed against the warm, solid plane of his back, and I could feel the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. I closed my eyes, absorbing the sensation, the simple, profound reality of his life. He didn't pull away. He let me stay there, a silent acknowledgement of the new territory we had just entered. The lines of warden and prisoner had been washed away in blood and rewritten in shadow. Finally, I drew back. It's done. He twisted, testing the bandages, his expression grim. You have a healer's touch. I have a monster's, I replied without thinking, the words raw and true. His eyes met mine, and there was no pity in them, only a fierce, sober understanding. Perhaps it takes one to fight another. His gaze flickered past me to the Striga's corpse. A look of profound disgust crossed his features. We have to deal with that. Now. What do we do? I asked, looking at the wretched thing. Its unnatural stillness was almost as unnerving as its previous frenzy. We burn it, he said, his voice hard as stone. Every last piece. Striga are a contagion. If any part of it is left for scavengers, the madness can spread. The old laws are clear. It must be unmade by fire, down to the bone and ash. The old laws, the laws written in tooth and claw, born from centuries of survival in a world filled with things that hunted not only the body, but the soul. These were not the petty laws of pack hierarchy that had condemned me. These were the fundamental laws of existence. Getting the body out of the cabin was a grim, difficult task. Kalen was in no shape to lift it, his movements stiff and painful. I had to do it. I found a length of rope, tied it around the creature's hind legs, and dragged it across the floor. It was heavier than it looked, a dead weight of muscle and bone. The entity within me recoiled from the physical contact, a silent, visceral disgust for the unclean thing. I hauled it out into the frigid night, my breath pluming in the air. Kalen followed, carrying a lit brand from the fire, the axe held loosely in his other hand. He moved with a pained, deliberate gait, but he moved like a king surveying his domain, his authority absolute in this small, broken clearing. We built a pyre away from the cabin, near the center of the warded circle. It felt like a ritual, a grim ceremony under the cold, unblinking eyes of the stars. I gathered the wood while Kalen stood guard, his silhouette a dark, powerful shape against the starlight. The night was utterly silent now, the forest holding its breath, as if it, too, were waiting for the purification. When the pyre was built, we rolled the Striga's body onto it. Kalen touched the brand to the kindling. The small flames licked at the dry wood, then caught, growing with a hungry roar. The firelight danced across his face, throwing the sharp planes of his cheeks and jaw into stark relief. We stood together and watched the body burn. The stench was horrific, a nauseating smell of burning fur and diseased meat. But the fire was clean. It was a primal force of destruction and renewal, and as the flames climbed higher, consuming the last physical traces of our battle, I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. We had faced the darkness, and we had won. "They are a symptom," Kalen said, his voice low, barely audible over the crackling of the pyre. He was staring into the flames, but his thoughts were far away. "A symptom of what?" I asked. "Of a sickness in the world," he said. "Striga don't roam without reason. They are driven, something of great power, something that creates chaos, has to stir them up, push them out of their blighted territories. An alpha losing control of their pack, a territorial war, a season of unnatural blight." He trailed off, then turned his head and to look at me, his eyes glowing like embers in the firelight. "Or the awakening of an ancient power that has been dormant for 1,000 years. The implication was clear. The Striga was here because of me. The opening of my prison had been a dinner bell, a beacon calling to all the other dark things that lurked in the shadows of the world. My existence was not just a threat to my pack. It was a threat to the balance of everything. "So this is just the beginning," I said, the words a flat, dead thing in my throat. "Yes," he said, his honesty a cold, sharp blade. "This is the beginning." We stood in silence until the pyre was nothing but a bed of glowing coals and blackened bones. The cold of the deep night began to seep into my own bones, a familiar, creeping chill that now felt like a part of me. Back inside the cabin, the warmth was a welcome shock. The air still held the faint, foul scent of the Striga, but it was overlaid with the smell of wood smoke and blood. Our smells, the scent of our survival. Kalen sank onto his cot, his face pale with pain and exhaustion. I brought him a skin of water, and he drank deeply. I sat on my own cot, across the small room, and watched him. The events of the night replayed in my mind. The attack, the blood, the surge of cold, absolute power. The look in his eyes when he saw what I had become. "You weren't afraid," I said, the words breaking the heavy silence. He lowered the water skin, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Of you?" "Of what I did. Of what I am." He considered the question for a long moment, his gaze distant. "When that thing came out of you at the trial stone, I felt awe. When it lashed out at the wards, I felt a healthy respect for its power. But tonight..." He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his eyes locking with mine across the room. "Tonight, when I was on the floor, and that creature's teeth were at my throat, and I saw you rise up, I wasn't afraid of you, Serenia. I was afraid for you." The distinction was everything. "I felt the cold," he went on, his voice dropping to a low, intense murmur. "I felt the life drain out of the room. I felt that creature's pathetic soul get snuffed out like a candle. And I saw your face. And for a second you weren't there. It was something else looking through your eyes, something vast and empty and terrifyingly old. And in that moment, I understood what my father fears. Not that you will lose control of the power, but that the power will gain control of you, that Serenia will be gone, and only the night will remain." His words struck the very heart of my own terror. He had seen it. He understood the battle I was fighting, the war being waged for my own soul. "That is the law my father gave me," he said, his voice grim. "The law that says I must put you down if you are lost. But watching you tonight, watching you choose to wield that power to protect, not to destroy, that law feels wrong. It's too simple for what this is." He stood wincing as the movement pulled at his stitches and walked to stand before me. He looked down at me, his shadow cast long by the firelight, and the air between us crackled with the weight of unspoken things. "The laws of the pack were not written for a creature like you," he said, his voice rough with an emotion I couldn't name. "They were written for wolves. We need new laws, you and I. Laws written for this new world we're in." He knelt before me, so we were at eye level. The position was one of supplication, of deference, a shocking gesture from the proud alpha's son. My father's law is about control, about endings. I reject it. Our law, our first law, will be about balance. I will not be your jailer, waiting for you to fail. I will be your anchor. When you feel the night rising, you will not fight it alone. You will find me. You will hold on to me. And I will help you find your way back. That is my vow. Not to my alpha, but to you. My breath caught in my throat. This was more than a partnership. This was an oath, a binding of his fate to mine, of his strength to my darkness. This was a bond forged not just in shadow, but in a deliberate, defiant choice. Without thinking, I reached out and laid my hand on his cheek. His skin was warm, rough with a day's growth of beard. He leaned into my touch, his eyes closing for a fraction of a second. It was a gesture of absolute trust. He was trusting me, the monster, not to freeze the life from him. And in that moment of contact, the entity inside me stirred. It was not with anger or aggression. It was a wave of cold, possessive satisfaction so powerful it made me dizzy. It approved of this vow. It approved of this anchor. It saw his strength, his will, and it accepted his role. Kalen's eyes opened, and he must have seen the shift in mine, the flicker of the ancient thing that looked out from behind my gaze. But he did not pull away. He simply held my stare, his own will a silent, unshakable challenge. I am here, his eyes said. I am not afraid. Come back to me. And I did. I drew on his strength, on the warmth of his skin under my palm, and I pulled myself back from the edge. The cold receded. I was Serenia again. I will, I whispered, my voice thick with unshed tears. I promise. He gave a single slow nod. The vow was made. A new law was written. But as he stood and moved back to his own side of the fire, a cold certainty settled in my heart. The Striga had been a test of my power, and a test of our bond. And somewhere in the deep, dark places of the world, something had taken notice of the results. The whispers of the buried age were over. The war had just begun. Chapter 8. The First Test of a Curse. The pyre's embers had long since faded to gray ash, but the cabin remained our sanctuary and our cell, a bubble of charged silence in the vast, indifferent wilderness. The violence of the Striga's attack had scoured the air between us, burning away the pretense of warden and prisoner. What remained was something raw, unnamed, and infinitely more complex. Our new law, Kalen's vow to be my anchor, was a fragile thread spun in the dark, and we were both terrified of testing its strength. His recovery was slow. The deep gashes in his side were healing cleanly, thanks to my surprisingly steady stitching, but the battle had taken a toll. A deep exhaustion had settled into his bones, and his movements were stiff with a pain he refused to speak of. I became his shadow, his caretaker. I fetched the water, kept the fire roaring, checked his snares, and prepared our meals. The role reversal was a strange, disorienting thing. For the first time in my life, I was not the one being cared for, the one who was a burden. I had a purpose, a vital one, to mend the shield that protected us both. During the day, a new routine took shape. Kalen, propped against the wall on his cot, would guide me through the ancient scrolls. His voice, low and rough with fatigue, would fill the small cabin as he deciphered the most archaic passages, explaining the forgotten history of my bloodline, of the entity I now carried. We were scholars of our own damnation, searching for answers in the terrified whispers of the dead. It is a being of pure essence, he explained one afternoon, his finger tracing a faded diagram of what looked like a black sun. It has no physical form of its own. It can only experience the world through a host. It feels what you feel, Serenia. It tastes what you taste. It feels more than I do, I murmured, my gaze fixed on the fire. My senses are sharper. I can hear the heartbeats of mice under the floor. I can smell the snow on the wind hours before it falls. It's lending you its perception, he said. It needs its vessel to be aware, to be a survivor. The more you learn to use its senses, the more it will integrate with your own. The danger is, where does it end and you begin? That was the question that haunted my waking hours and stalked my dreams. In sleep, I sometimes saw the world through its eyes, a cold, colorless landscape of shifting energies, where living things were not shapes of fur and flesh, but bright, fragile flames of heat and emotion. I would wake with a gasp, my heart pounding, the memory of that alien perspective clinging to me like a shroud. The entity itself was quieter now, a coiled potential in the depths of my soul. It had proven its power, defended its vessel. Now it seemed to be waiting, observing, content to let me navigate the surface of our new reality. But I could feel its constant, cold appraisal of Kalen. It watched him with a possessive, proprietary interest. It had accepted his vow. It saw him as a vital part of its own preservation. He was no longer just the vessel's shield. He was an asset, its asset. On the third day after the attack, I woke to a change in the cabin's atmosphere. Kalen was still asleep, but his breathing was shallow and ragged. A feverish heat radiated from his cot, a palpable wave in the cool morning air. I went to him, my heart clenching with a sudden, sharp fear. I laid a hand on his forehead. His skin was burning. I threw off the furs and saw it immediately. The bandages around his torso were clean, but the skin around the edges of the stitched wounds was an angry, inflamed red, traced with thin, dark veins that spread like a spider's web across his skin. The contagion, the madness of the striga, had left its poison behind. "Kalen," I said, my voice sharp with panic. I shook his shoulder gently. He groaned, his head tossing on the pillow. His eyes fluttered open, but they were glazed, unfocused. "Cold," he mumbled, his teeth beginning to chatter despite the heat pouring from his body. I piled the furs back onto him, my mind racing. The healer's kit. I tore it open, my hands shaking. I found a packet of dried feverfew and willow bark, and quickly brewed a bitter, steaming tea. I lifted his head, trying to get him to drink, but most of it dribbled down his chin. He was slipping away from me, into the delirium of the fever. For the rest of the day, I fought the sickness with every meager tool I had. I bathed his head with cool water. I forced sips of the tea into him. I made a poultice of the last of our healing herbs and applied it to the angry, swollen wounds. Nothing worked. The fever climbed and the dark veins spread, creeping up his chest, towards his heart. By nightfall, he was lost to me. He thrashed in his sleep, caught in a nightmare I couldn't reach. He cried out, not in pain, but in a strange, agonized frustration. He spoke, his words slurred and broken, fragments of a life I had only ever seen from the outside. "Father, the law is not enough," he mumbled, his hands clenching into fists. "The pack, so blind." Then he went still. His eyes opened, and he stared at the ceiling, but I knew he wasn't seeing the rough-hewn timbers. "Serenia," he whispered, his voice suddenly clear, but filled with a deep, aching sorrow. Her eyes, like the winter sky, don't let them break her. My breath caught. He had seen me. All those years when I had thought myself invisible, he had been watching, and he had seen not the pack's failure, but a person on the verge of breaking. The tenderness of the revelation was a sharp physical pain. It only fueled my desperation. I couldn't lose him. Not now. Not after he had shown me a world where I was not alone. As the moon rose, casting a pale, ghostly light through the window, his breathing grew weaker. A terrible rattling sound started in his chest. He was drowning. The striga's poison was winning. I knelt by his cot, my hands clasped together, my body trembling with helplessness. Tears I hadn't shed for myself now fell for him, hot and useless on my cold hands. I had nothing left. No herbs, no knowledge, no hope. And in the depths of that despair, the entity stirred. It rose not with a roar, but with a profound glacial stillness. Its voice was not a whisper in my mind. It was a thought that bloomed with the cold, irrefutable logic of a mathematical proof. The contagion is a thing of heat, a fever of the soul. Fire cannot fight fire. I knew what it was offering. I could feel the power coiling inside me, a reservoir of absolute zero. Only the cold can purify. No, I whispered, my voice ragged. Kaylin's vow echoed in my head. When you feel the night rising, you will find me. You will hold on to me. But he wasn't there to hold on to. He was the one lost in the storm. If I used this power on my own, without his anchor, what would happen? Would I be able to come back? The entity was relentless, its logic a cold, seductive caress. The shield is broken, the vessel is threatened. We must mend the shield. It is the only way. His breath hitched, a long, rattling exhalation, followed by a terrifying silence. For 1, 2, 3 heartbeats, he didn't breathe at all. Then a shallow, desperate gasp. He was dying. The choice was no choice at all. To let him die was to accept a solitude so complete, so absolute, it would be a death of its own. To save him, I had to risk myself, risk the very soul he had vowed to protect. I had to become my own anchor. All right, I whispered into the darkness of the cabin. A new law, our law, balance, not a rejection of the power, but a controlled use of it. I had to wield the curse to cure the curse. I took a deep, shuddering breath, and for the first time, I did not push the entity back. I opened the door, I let the cold rise, but I did not let it flood me. I channeled it, focused it, drew it into my hands. My palms began to ache with a cold so intense it burned. I looked down, black frost, delicate and sharp as shattered obsidian, was blooming on my skin, tracing the lines of my palms, crawling up my fingers. It did not harm me. It was a part of me. I reached out, my hands trembling, and placed them on Kaylin's chest, directly over his heart. The moment I touched him, 2 things happened at once. His feverish skin was a searing shock against the absolute cold of my hands, a jolt of pain that made me cry out, and as I made contact, I felt my consciousness plunge. I fell through his skin, through his flesh, into the very core of him. I was inside him, not physically but spiritually. I could feel the frantic fluttering beat of his heart. I could feel the hot, sluggish flow of his blood, and I could feel the contagion. It was a tangible thing, a writhing, feverish thread of foul energy woven through his life force, emanating from the wounds in his side and spreading through his entire being. It pulsed with the last, dying echoes of the Striga's madness. The entity, my power, reacted instantly. The cold flowed from my hands, a cleansing, purifying tide. It was not a blind wave of destruction. Guided by my will, my desperate focus on saving him, it became a precise, surgical instrument. The black frost spread from my hands, not over his skin, but through it, an intricate web of ice that followed the path of the infection. I watched, a terrified, disembodied observer, as my own darkness hunted the Striga's poison. The hot, writhing thread of the contagion recoiled from the cold, but there was nowhere for it to run. My power was absolute, its opposite. The black ice surrounded the infection, constricted, and with a final, silent flash of absolute cold, it was extinguished, snuffed out. The connection broke. I was thrown back into my own body with a violent gasp, as if I had been underwater for too long. I collapsed, falling from the cot to the floor. My strength utterly gone. The black frost on my hands vanished, leaving my skin aching and numb. I lay on the cold stone, my body trembling, every muscle screaming in protest. The cost of wielding the power with such control, of acting as both vessel and anchor, was immense. It had taken almost everything I had. But I had done it. I pushed myself up, my arms shaking, and looked at Kaylin. The change was immediate, miraculous. The angry redness around his wounds was fading, returning to a healthy pink. The dark, spidery veins were gone. His skin, though pale, was no longer flushed with fever. His breathing was deep, even, and peaceful. He was no longer fighting. He was healing. He was sleeping. I had saved him. Relief so profound it felt like a physical blow washed over me, and I finally let the exhaustion claim me. I curled up on the floor by his cot, a shivering, depleted husk, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I don't know how long I slept. I woke to a gentle pressure on my shoulder. I opened my eyes to find Kalen leaning over me, one hand on my arm. He was sitting up on the edge of his cot, his movements weak but steady. The morning light was streaming through the window, filling the cabin with a soft, clean glow. The fever was gone. His eyes, though shadowed with fatigue, were clear, lucid, and fixed on my face with an expression of staggering intensity. "You did it," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. It wasn't a question. He knew. "I felt it," he continued, his gaze unwavering. "I was drowning, and then I felt this cold, not the cold of death. It was clean, pure. It went through me and it burned away the sickness. I felt you." He reached out and gently took my hand, my scarred hand, in his. He turned it over, his thumb tracing the faint white line that marked where my trial had begun. "You are your own anchor," he said, his voice filled with a wonder that stole my breath. "The vow. I failed my part of it. I was supposed to be the one to hold on to you, but I was the one who was lost. And you brought us both back." I looked into his eyes, the color of a winter sky after a storm, and I saw that the last of the lines between us had finally dissolved. There was no warden, no anchor, no outcast. There were only two people, bound by a power that could destroy worlds, who had chosen, against all odds, to save each other. "A new law," I whispered, repeating his words from that first night. "Balance." He squeezed my hand, a silent, powerful affirmation. "Balance," he agreed. But as I looked at our joined hands, his warm and alive, mine cold from the residue of the power I had wielded, I knew that our victory had come at a price. I had reached into the heart of the abyss and bent it to my will. The entity was no longer just a passenger. We had worked together seamlessly as one. The line between Serenia and the night was blurring, and I didn't know if that was a triumph or the beginning of my end. Chapter 9. The Price of Control. In the days that followed Kalen's recovery, a profound and unsettling quiet descended upon our isolated world. The immediate threats, the striga, the poison, were gone, but their absence left a vacuum filled by the echoes of what had passed between us. The act of healing him had been a crucible, burning away the last of my fear of the power I held. I had not just unleashed it, I had controlled it. I had wielded absolute cold with surgical precision, a feat the ancient scrolls had hinted was impossible. This newfound control was a heady, terrifying thing. The entity within me was different now. It was no longer a distinct, separate voice whispering in the back of my mind. The lines had blurred. Our consciousness had begun to merge in subtle, insidious ways. When I looked at the forest, I didn't just see trees. I saw the slow, cold circulation of water within their trunks. When I listened to the wind, I could feel the pressure shifts, the subtle changes in temperature that foretold the weather a day in advance. My human emotions, fear, gratitude, a burgeoning affection for the man who shared my cage, were still there, but they felt muted, filtered through a lens of ancient, dispassionate ice. I was becoming a paradox, more powerful and less human with every passing moment. Kalen saw it. He was healing quickly, his shifter blood accelerating the mending of his wounds, but he watched me with a new, sharp-edged intensity. The awe in his eyes had been tempered by a deep, troubled caution. He had been the one on the brink of death, but I was the one who had been irrevocably changed. Our unspoken truce, the fragile balance we had struck, became a delicate, dangerous dance. He no longer treated me as a charge to be guarded, but as an equal force to be respected and contended with. Our conversations about the scrolls took on a new urgency. We were no longer just learning about the forgotten night. We were trying to understand the being I was becoming. The texts speak of the vessel being consumed, he said one afternoon, his voice low as we sat at the table. A brittle scroll spread between us. They describe it as a slow erosion of the soul, until only the night remains. But they never mention control. They never mention the vessel being able to command the power. They were wrong, I said, my own voice sounding distant to my ears, calmer and colder than it should be. The scribes were terrified. They saw a plague, not a tool. They couldn't conceive of a wielder, only a victim. Or maybe the first vessel Lyra Vale never tried, he countered, his blue eyes sharp and probing. Maybe she was too afraid. Maybe she surrendered to it. The implication hung in the air between us. Was I stronger than my ancestor? Or was my attempt at control simply a different, more insidious form of surrender? The power, now that I had fully accepted it, hummed beneath my skin. A constant, low-grade vibration. It craved release. The cabin, once a shelter, now felt like a pressure cooker. I found myself pacing, a restless energy building in my limbs. The need to do something with the immense potential I held, becoming a physical ache. One morning, I walked to the edge of the wards, the invisible barrier that had once burned me. Kaylin followed, a silent shadow at my back. I stopped just short of the line, the air crackling with contained energy. I could feel the wards now, not as an external force, but as a dissonant note in the symphony of power I perceived. I raised my hand, my palm tingling with the familiar, gathering cold. "Serenia, what are you doing?" Kaylin's voice was sharp, a warning. "Learning the shape of my cage," I murmured. Instead of trying to push through the barrier, I did the opposite. I reached out with my senses, with the entity's perception. I didn't fight the ward's energy, I listened to it. It was a complex weave of blood magic and focused intent, anchored to the stones, drawing power from the earth itself. It was designed to repel a being of pure chaotic cold. But I wasn't pure chaos. I was a hybrid. I was Serenia. I let my own power seep towards the barrier, not as a battering ram, but as water seeping into stone. I didn't try to break the ward. I tried to harmonize with it. I found its frequency, the specific vibration of the Blackwood Pack's magic, and I mirrored it with a focused application of my own cold. The violent repulsion lessened. The air stopped crackling. The pressure against my senses eased. For a single breathtaking moment, I had found a loophole. I wasn't breaking the lock. I was becoming the key. I felt a surge of triumph, a cold, exhilarating thrill that was equal parts me and the night. I could do this. I could master this. But the effort was immense. It was like trying to hold two opposing poles of a lodestone together. The strain was a physical thing, a pressure building behind my eyes. I felt a trickle of warmth from my nose and lifted a hand to my face. My fingers came away stained with blood. "Enough!" Kaylin's voice was like a whip crack. He grabbed my arm, his grip hard, and pulled me back from the perimeter. "You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't know what this is doing to you." I stumbled back, dizzy, the connection to the ward snapping. The pressure in my head receded, leaving a dull, pounding ache. "I almost had it," I said, my voice raw with frustration. "And what would you have done if you had?" he demanded, his eyes blazing. "Walked out of here? Where would you go, Serenia? My father marked this place as our prison for a reason. To the pack, you are a monster. To the world outside, you are a beacon for things like that Striga. There is nowhere for you to go." His words were brutal, but they were the truth. My cage was not just the circle of stones around the cabin. It was the entire world. "Then what is the point of this power if I can't use it?" I shot back, my own anger rising, cold and sharp. "Am I supposed to just sit in this cabin and rot, waiting for the night to finally eat my soul?" "No," he roared, his own control finally snapping. He took a step towards me, his body thrumming with a fierce, desperate energy. "The point is to survive. The point is to learn enough so that when the time comes, you can choose. You can choose to fight it, to control it, or to find some way to be free of it. But you can't do that if you burn yourself out like a cheap candle, playing with magic you don't understand. The raw emotion in his voice, the undisguised fear for me, broke through my cold anger. He wasn't trying to control me. He was trying to save me from myself, from the seductive allure of the power I wielded. The tension between us snapped, leaving a heavy, ringing silence. We stood facing each other, breathing hard, the space between us charged with the force of our clashing wills. His gaze dropped to my bloody fingers, then rose to my face. The anger in his eyes softened, replaced by a deep, aching conflict. "You're bleeding," he said, his voice quiet now, rough with remorse. He reached out, his thumb gently wiping the blood from my upper lip. His touch was electric, a spark of warmth against my cold skin. The contact was brief, but it sent a tremor through my entire body. My own heartbeat, usually a slow, steady rhythm, suddenly kicked into a frantic, chaotic pace. The entity which had been observing our conflict with a detached curiosity reacted to my sudden emotional surge. It felt the jolt of my human feelings, my confusion, my attraction, and it mirrored it with a cold, possessive pulse of its own. The anchor, he strengthens the vessel. Kalen must have felt the shift in energy, the subtle wave of cold that emanated from me. He drew his hand back, his expression shuddering. He had seen the entity respond to our moment of connection, and it disturbed him. He was my anchor, but our proximity, our growing bond, was also a catalyst. It fed the very thing he was trying to help me contain. He turned away from me, running a hand through his hair in a gesture of profound frustration. "This is impossible," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "We can't stay here forever, but we can't leave." He was right. We were in a stalemate, trapped by our circumstances. And as the days turned into a week, then two, the isolation began to wear on us. The scrolls offered no answers, only history and warnings. My control over my powers grew, but with each small victory, I felt a piece of my old self slip away. I began to forget what it felt like to be truly warm, what it felt like to cry, what it felt like to be simply, uncomplicatedly human. The first snowfall came, a thick, silent blanket of white that transformed the world overnight. It further isolated us, muffling the sounds of the forest, turning our cabin into a solitary island in a sea of white. It was beautiful, but it was also a stark reminder of the encroaching winter, of the finite nature of our supplies, of the fact that the pack and the world had not forgotten us. One evening, as a blizzard raged outside, rattling the shutters and howling down the chimney, Kalen was cleaning his long knife by the fire. I watched the firelight play on the honed steel, on the concentration etched into his features. "Tell me about them," I said, the words coming out of the silence, surprising even me. He paused, his hands stilling. "About who?" "The pack," I said, my voice soft. "What are they like now? Who took my place as the Omega? Does Fen still cheat when you spar? Does old Maeve still complain about the damp in the den?" I was hungry for it, for the simple, mundane details of the life I had lost. I needed to remember that it was real, that I had once been a part of it. Kalen was silent for a long time. He set the knife down carefully on the mantelpiece and turned to face me. His expression was grim. "You don't want to know, Serenia." "Yes, I do," I insisted. "Please, Kalen, I need to know they're all right, that what happened to me didn't break them." He sighed, a heavy, weary sound. "They are not all right," he said, his voice flat. "Fear is a poison, and your father poured it into the heart of the pack that day. They are divided. There are those who believe Maeve, who see you as a curse that must be purged. They whisper that my father was weak to let you live, to let me go with you. Garth is their voice. He speaks of the old ways, of the need for purity." My heart sank. Garth, one of my escorts to the trial, was a powerful, respected warrior. If he was speaking against us, it carried weight. "And the others?" I whispered. "The others are just afraid," he said. "They see what happened at the trial stone not as a curse, but as a weapon. They think my father should have found a way to control you, to use you. They see a rival pack on our eastern border growing bolder, and they see a power that could have driven them back. They see you as a wasted asset. He looked at me, his eyes dark with the ugly truth. No one, Serenia, sees you as a person anymore. You are either a curse to be destroyed or a weapon to be wielded. That is what you have become to them. The words were a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. I had hoped for some measure of pity, some lingering affection from the people I had grown up with. But there was none. I had been completely dehumanized. "And your father?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "He is caught in the middle," Kalen said with a bitter twist of his lips. "Trying to hold the pack together, trying to appease both factions. He is an alpha walking on a blade's edge. Every day his position grows weaker. So my existence wasn't just a threat to the world. It was actively tearing my pack, our pack, apart from the inside. The factions, the fear, the political maneuvering. It was a tinderbox, and I was the spark. A spark my father had sent his own son to hide, hoping the fire would not catch. But we both knew it was only a matter of time. "They will come for me," I stated, the realization a cold, hard certainty in my gut. Sooner or later, one side will win out, and they will come, either to kill me or to try and chain me. "Yes," Kalen said, his voice a low growl. "They will." The blizzard howled outside, a perfect mirror for the storm of despair and rage that was building inside me. All my life, I had been nothing to them. And now, I was everything, their fear, their hope, their reason for division. They had created this monster with their scorn and their neglect, and now they wanted to either destroy it or use it for their own ends. A cold, hard anger, colder and sharper than any I had ever felt, began to crystallize in my heart. It was not the explosive, mindless rage of the entity. It was my own. It was Serenia's rage, and it was terrifying. "Let them come," I whispered, the words of vow spoken into the heart of the storm. Kalen looked at me, and he saw the change in my eyes, the hardening of my resolve. He saw the broken girl finally die, and the queen of a cold and terrible power begin to rise in her place. He didn't look afraid. He didn't look triumphant. He looked at me with a profound, sorrowful acceptance. The price of my control, the price of our survival, was the last of my innocence, and we would both have to pay it. Chapter 10. A rival scent on the wind. The blizzard had remade the world in its own image, stark, silent, and beautiful. A thick, pristine blanket of snow covered everything, smoothing the hard edges of the landscape into soft, white curves. The weight of it bowed the heavy limbs of the pines, and the air was so cold and clean it was like breathing sharpened glass. In the wake of the storm in my soul, a new and dangerous clarity had been born. My rage had not faded with the dawn. It had settled, cooled, and hardened into something far more useful. Resolve was no longer a victim of the power within me. I was its partner. The entity and I had achieved a state of equilibrium, a symbiotic existence born from the shared purpose of survival. Its ancient, cold logic tempered my human emotionalism, and my human will gave its formless power direction and intent. We were becoming one, and the prospect no longer terrified me. It felt necessary. The shift in me precipitated a shift in Kalen. The quiet, watchful guardian was replaced by a demanding, relentless trainer. He saw the weapon I was becoming, and he was determined to teach me how to aim it. "The power is a storm," he told me one morning, as we stood in the snow-filled clearing before the cabin. His breath plumed in the frigid air, his face ruddy with the cold. His wounds were nearly healed, leaving behind 4 angry, puckered scars on his side that were a constant, visible reminder of our shared battle. But a storm with no direction is just chaos. It destroys everything, including itself. You need an anchor, not just in me, but in this world, in your own body. Our training was not about magic. It was about the physical. He taught me to fight, not with the brawling, instinctual violence of a wolf, but with the disciplined, calculated efficiency of a human warrior. He taught me footwork in the deep snow, forcing me to learn balance and leverage. He taught me how to hold a knife, not as a tool for skinning rabbits, but as an extension of my own arm. He taught me how to block, how to parry, how to use an opponent's weight against them. It was grueling, frustrating work. My body, unused to such demands, ached and protested. I was clumsy, slow, my muscles screaming with the effort. But I did not complain. I set my jaw, and I learned. The entity watched from its cold throne in my soul, observing my fumbling attempts with a detached, analytical curiosity. It saw the purpose in this. A vessel that could defend itself physically was a more resilient, more effective vessel. During these sessions, the space between Kalen and me became a zone of intense, charged physicality. He would correct my stance, his hands warm and firm on my shoulders. He would demonstrate a block, his body moving against mine, a dizzying dance of muscle and momentum. He would disarm me, his fingers wrapping around my wrist, sending a jolt through me that had nothing to do with the cold. We rarely spoke. Our communication was in the sharp slap of a blocked blow, the grunt of effort, the shared glance of understanding when a move was executed perfectly. In the harsh, clean light of the winter sun, covered in snow and breathing hard, we were not a monster and her keeper. We were warriors, partners, and the bond between us, forged in the heat of his fever and the cold of my power, deepened with every shared struggle. One afternoon, he was teaching me to be aware of my surroundings, to fight with more than just my eyes. He stood behind me, his voice a low murmur near my ear, a sensation that sent a shiver down my spine. That had nothing to do with the temperature. "Close your eyes, Serenia." I obeyed, the world dissolving into a red-tinged darkness behind my eyelids. "The power lets you see things others can't," he said, his voice a calming rumble. "But it makes you forget to see what's right in front of you. Forget the entity. Forget the magic. Just be here, in this body. What do you feel?" I focused, pushing the entity's vast, cold perception to the background. I felt the packed snow under the thin soles of my boots. I felt the faint warmth of the sun on my face. I felt the icy breeze stirring a lock of my hair against my cheek. "Good," he said. "Now, what do you hear?" I listened. I heard the whisper of the wind through the pines, the distant cheerful chatter of a squirrel, the soft rhythmic thump of my own heart, and closer the sound of his breathing, the soft creak of his leather tunic as he shifted his weight. "Now," he whispered, his voice dropping lower. "Feel me. Track me. I am your opponent. I am your partner. Know where I am without seeing." He moved, his steps silent in the snow. I strained my senses, listening for the faintest sound, feeling for the slightest shift in the air. I could feel his presence, a pocket of warmth and focused intent in the cold air. He circled me. I turned, tracking him, my body tense. He lunged. I didn't hear him, but I felt the air displace, the sudden compression of his approach. I reacted on pure instinct, dropping low and spinning, my arm coming up to block the blow I couldn't see. My forearm met his with a solid thud. My eyes snapped open. He was there, his arm locked with mine, his face inches from my own. His blue eyes were wide with a mixture of surprise and fierce pride. "You felt that," he breathed, a slow smile spreading across his face. It was the first real smile I had seen from him, and it transformed his harsh features into something breathtakingly handsome. It hit me with the force of a physical blow. My heart hammered against my ribs. We were frozen like that for a heartbeat, locked together, the world silent around us. His gaze dropped to my lips, and the air between us grew thick, heavy with a new kind of tension, a different kind of fight. And then, I smelled it, banked in the wind from the south. A faint but unmistakable scent carried over the snow-covered ridges. It was the scent of wolf, not the familiar earthy scent of our pack, but something else. It was cleaner, sharper, laced with the fragrance of cedar smoke, and a faint floral undertone I couldn't place. And it was female. The entity reacted instantly. A wave of cold, territorial fury washed through me. An intruder, a rival. It was a purely primal, possessive reaction that had nothing to do with logic. I broke contact with Kaylin, stumbling back, my head snapping up, my nostrils flaring. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by instant, sharp-eyed concern. "What is it?" he asked. "Scent," I said, my voice a low growl that was not entirely my own. "On the wind, a shifter, not from here." He immediately turned his face to the wind, his own senses, far sharper than any normal human's, reaching. He was still for a long moment, then a deep frown creased his brow. He looked at me, a strange, complicated expression on his face. He recognized the scent. "Alara," he said, the name a soft exhalation of surprise and something else, something I couldn't decipher. Annoyance? Regret? "Who is Alara?" I asked, and the entity's cold possessiveness sharpened my tone, turning the question into a demand. He looked away from me, his gaze fixed on the southern ridge. "She is the daughter of my father's beta. We grew up together. She is the lead hunter of her generation, the best tracker in the pack." He paused, then added, his voice flat. "Before I was exiled, it was understood by many, including my father, that she and I would one day be mated." The words struck me like a physical blow. His intended, the woman he was supposed to be with, if I had not shattered his world. A wave of pure, potent, and utterly human jealousy ripped through me, so fierce it momentarily silenced the entity's cold rage. It was a hot, painful, twisting feeling in my gut. "What is she doing here?" I asked, my voice tight. "I don't know," he said, his expression grim. "But she wouldn't come this far without a reason, and she certainly wouldn't come alone, not into Striga territory." "She's not alone," I said, extending my own senses again, pushing past my own turmoil. The entity, now focused, helped me parse the scents on the wind. "There are 2 others with her, downwind, waiting." Kaylin's jaw tightened. "A hunting party, a formal delegation. This isn't a friendly visit." He looked at me, his eyes dark with worry. "They will have followed my scent trail from the den. They are coming for me." "Or for me," I corrected, the cold resolve returning, pushing aside the painful jealousy. "We don't engage," he said, his voice taking on the commanding tone of the Alpha's son. "We stay inside. We don't reveal ourselves. We don't know what they want." But it was too late. A clear, caring voice called out from the edge of the woods. "Kaylin!" It was a woman's voice, strong and sure. Kaylin cursed under his breath. He looked at me, a silent, urgent command in his eyes. "Get inside," but I did not move. My rage had hardened into something else. I was not a shameful secret to be hidden away. This was my territory now, my prison, and I would not hide from anyone. I said, my voice quiet but unyielding. "Let's hear what she has to say." His eyes searched mine, seeing the inflexible will there, and he gave a short, frustrated nod. Together we walked to the edge of the clearing, stopping a dozen feet inside the invisible line of the warding stones. 3 figures emerged from the line of snow-laden pines. The one in the lead was a tall, athletic woman with hair the color of sun-bleached wheat, braided down her back in a thick, intricate warrior's plait. She was dressed in practical winter white furs, a longbow slung over her shoulder and a quiver of arrows on her back. Her face was striking, with high cheekbones and eyes the color of moss. This was Alara. She moved with the fluid, confident grace of a born predator. Her gaze swept the clearing, taking in the cabin, the axe marks on the woodpile, and then it landed on Kaylin. A look of profound relief and something deeper, something more personal, flashed across her face. Then her eyes slid to me, standing beside him, and her expression froze, hardening into a mask of cold, hostile disbelief. "So it's true," she said, her voice carrying easily in the still air. "He keeps you with him, like a pet." The insult was designed to provoke, to test me. The entity inside me bristled, but I held it in check. I met her gaze and held it, my face a calm, cool mask. "Elara," Kalen said, his voice a low warning. "You are a long way from home." "I came to bring you home," she said, her eyes never leaving me. She was speaking to him, but her challenge was directed entirely at me. "Your father's position weakens. Garth grows bolder every day. He speaks openly of challenging the alpha, of purging the pack of your father's weakness. He uses your exile, your association with this, as his proof. The pack is breaking, Kalen. It needs you. It needs its future alpha." She took a step forward, stopping just short of the wards. I could feel the energy of the barrier hum between us. "Leave her," Alara pleaded, her voice softening, her gaze finally turning to Kalen, filled with a history I could only guess at. "This is not your fight. She is a curse of the blood. Let the pack deal with her. Your duty is to us, to your father, to me." The final words were a soft, intimate claim, a reminder of the life he was supposed to have, the mate he was supposed to take. It was a poisoned dart, aimed at the heart of whatever was growing between us. I watched him, my breath held in my chest. I saw the conflict in his eyes, the pull of his duty, his lineage, his past. Everything she said was true. He was the pack's future. I was its potential doom. He turned his head and looked at me. He looked at my face, at the way I stood my ground, at the quiet, controlled power I held in check. He looked at me not as a curse or a pet, but as the woman who had fought beside him, who had saved his life as he had saved mine. Then he turned back to Alara. His face was set, his decision made. "My duty is here," he said, his voice clear and absolute, ringing in the cold air. "My place is with her." He took a half-step closer to me, a small, subtle movement that was a public declaration, aligning himself with me against his pack, his past, and his intended. "Tell my father I am upholding the law he gave me, and tell Garth that if he thinks my father is weak, he should come and face me himself." Elara stared at him, her beautiful face crumbling with disbelief and a deep, undeniable pain. She had come all this way, braved the wilderness and its dangers to bring back her future alpha, her mate, and he had chosen a monster over her. Her hurt hardened back into anger. Her moss-green eyes filled with venom fixed on me. "You have bewitched him," she spat. "You are a poison, a blight on his soul. This will not stand. The pack will not allow it." "The pack," I said, speaking for the first time, my voice calm and cold as the winter air, "lost the right to an opinion when they sent an innocent to be judged by a prison." Her eyes widened at my words, at the cold authority in my voice. She saw not a pet, not a broken omega, but a queen on her own territory. She held my gaze for a long, hateful moment, then gave a sharp, curt nod. Without another word, she turned and melted back into the forest, her two companions following like shadows. Her scent, the scent of a rival, lingered in the air, a ghost of the life Kalen had lost, and a promise of the war that was to come. He had made his choice. He had chosen me, and in doing so, he had just declared war on his own people. Chapter 11. The Alpha's Ultimatum. The silence Alara left behind was louder than the blizzard had been. Her words, her claims, her pain, they lingered in the clearing, a toxic miasma that poisoned the clean winter air. She had come to retrieve a piece of her old life, and Kalen had unequivocally told her that he belonged to a new one, to me. He stood beside me, his body a rigid line of defiance against the backdrop of the silent, watching trees. I could feel the tension pouring from him, the aftershocks of a confrontation that had severed the last of his ties to the world we had once known. He had not just rejected her, he had rejected his pack, his father's implied will, his entire future. I watched his profile, the hard line of his jaw, the grim set of his mouth. A maelstrom of emotions warred within me. There was a fierce, triumphant pride. He had chosen me. The entity purred with cold, possessive satisfaction. Its anchor had proven its loyalty. But beneath that, my own human heart ached with a profound, sorrowful guilt. I was the rock upon which his life had shattered. Every choice he made to stand with me was a choice that cost him a piece of himself, a piece of his birthright. "Kaylin," I began, my voice soft in the stillness. "Don't," he said, his voice sharp, cutting me off. He didn't look at me. His gaze was still fixed on the spot where Alara had disappeared, as if he expected her to return, to argue, to try again. "Don't say you're sorry. Don't say it's your fault. I made my choice. I made it at the trial stone, and I just made it again. It's done." His words were a wall shutting me out, preventing me from offering comfort, from sharing the burden of his decision. He was shouldering it alone, the way an alpha son was taught to do. He turned and strode back towards the cabin, his movements stiff and angry. "They'll be back," he said over his shoulder. "Ilara won't take that as a final answer, and when she tells Garth I challenged him, he will see it as a provocation. He will use it to force my father's hand. They will be back, and they will come in force." The finality of his prediction was a cold stone in my stomach. Alara's visit had not been an ending. It had been an opening salvo. She had lit the fuse. The days that followed were the most strained we had yet endured. The easy partnership of our training was gone, replaced by a grim, focused preparation for a war we both knew was inevitable. The unspoken tension from Alara's visit was a constant third presence in the cabin. Kaylin was distant, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. He pushed our training harder, his instructions clipped and impersonal. He was no longer just teaching me to fight. He was forging me into a weapon, sharpening my skills with a desperate, feverish intensity. He taught me to use the pulled, not just as a spiritual weapon, but as a physical one. He would hurl rocks at me, forcing me to learn how to throw up a shield of black ice, a shimmering, razor-sharp barrier that would shatter the projectiles in midair. He taught me how to coat the blade of my knife in a thin, almost invisible layer of frost that could numb a limb with a single scratch. These exercises left me drained, my body aching with a profound, soul-deep exhaustion. The cost of wielding the power was not just physical, it was spiritual. With each new application of the cold, I felt the entity's consciousness merge more deeply with my own. My emotional range was narrowing, my human feelings becoming distant, abstract concepts. The guilt I felt for Kaylin's sacrifice was fading, replaced by the entity's cold, practical assessment. His sacrifice was necessary for the preservation of the vessel. The jealousy I'd felt towards Alara was cooling into a simple, predatory assessment of a rival. Kaylin saw it happening. I would catch him looking at me when he thought I wasn't aware, his expression a mixture of awe and a deep, gut-wrenching sorrow. He was watching me slip away, watching the woman he'd vowed to protect being consumed by the very power he was teaching her to wield. He was caught in an impossible trap. To leave me untrained was to leave us defenseless, but to train me was to accelerate my transformation into the forgotten night, evening. I finally broke the silence that had grown between us like a wall of ice. He was sharpening his axe by the fire, the rhythmic scrape of stone on steel the only sound in the room. "You regret it," I said. It wasn't a question. He didn't stop his work. Scrape, scrape. "Regret is a luxury." "You miss her," I pushed, needing to hear it, needing to understand the shape of the life I had taken from him. The scraping stopped. He lowered the axe and looked into the flames. "I miss the simplicity," he said, his voice low and rough. "I miss a world where the lines were clear, good and evil, pack and rival, mate and stranger. I miss knowing who my enemies were." He turned his head and looked at me, his eyes reflecting the fire's light. "Now the enemy is in my charge. The rival is the woman I grew up with. My own father is my opponent. Nothing is simple anymore." "I could have been your mate," Alara had said, and I saw in his eyes that he was mourning not just the woman, but the life that came with her. A life where he could have been alpha, with a strong, predictable, wolf-born mate at his side. A life where he wouldn't have to spend his days training a living curse how not to unmake the world. You could still have that life, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. It's not too late. You could go to them, join them. I would not stop you. The offer was real. A part of me, the last dying ember of the selfless Omega I had once been, wanted him to be happy, even if it meant my own destruction. He stared at me, his expression unreadable. Then he stood, walked over to my cot and knelt before me, just as he had the night he'd made his vow. He took my hands in his. They were ice cold. His were searingly warm. "Do you think I am doing this out of duty, Serenia?" he asked, his voice a low, intense vibration. "Do you think I am staying here, fighting my own pack, my own blood, because my father ordered me to?" He brought one of my hands to his chest, pressing my cold palm flat against the solid, steady beat of his heart. "When you healed me," he said, his eyes boring into mine, "when I felt your power, your soul, move through me, it wasn't just a healing, it was a binding. I am tied to you, to this power, in a way that has nothing to do with pack law or a father's command. Your fate is my fate. Where you go, I go. The life Alara offers, it's a ghost. It's not real anymore. This," he said, pressing my hand harder against his heart, "is what's real." The raw, unshielded honesty of his confession shattered my cold composure. A single hot tear escaped my eye and traced a path down my cheek. It was a startling sensation, a ghost of a feeling I thought I had lost. The entity recoiled from the sudden, sharp sting of my human sorrow, and for a moment, I was purely, achingly myself. "But what am I becoming, Kaylin?" I whispered, my voice breaking. "Every day I feel less. I feel colder. I'm losing myself." "No," he said, his voice fierce. He raised his other hand and gently brushed the tear from my cheek with his thumb. "You are not losing yourself. You are forging yourself into something new. And I am here to make sure that something new still has Serenia's heart beating inside of it." His words were a promise, an anchor in the storm of my transformation. He was not just fighting for my survival. He was fighting for my soul. The moment of connection was shattered by a sound from outside. A single powerful howl. Not the mad cry of a striga or the challenging call of a rival. It was deep, resonant, and achingly familiar. It was the howl of an alpha. It was the howl of Borandiros. Kaylin was on his feet in an instant, his face a mask of stone. He went to the door, listening. The howl came again, closer this time, a command that echoed off the snow-covered peaks. It was not a call to battle. It was a summons. "He's here," Kaylin said, his voice grim. "And he's alone." "How do you know?" "The alpha howl is a singular voice. It says, I come in my own authority without the strength of my pack at my back. He's come to parley." We waited. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, walking slowly, deliberately through the deep snow. It was Alpha Boran. He was dressed in his heavy sealskin cloak, his silver-streaked hair unbound and blowing in the wind. He carried no weapons. He walked with the heavy, weary gait of a king who had come to treat with a power that could shatter his kingdom. He stopped just outside the ring of warding stones, his blue eyes, so like his son's, sweeping over the cabin before landing on the door. "Kaylin," his voice boomed, carrying all the weight of his station. "Show yourself!" Kaylin looked at me, a silent question in his eyes. I gave a single sharp nod. We would face this together. He unbarred the door and we stepped out into the biting cold, standing side by side on the porch of the cabin. For a long moment, father and son simply stared at each other across the warded perimeter, a chasm of snow and magic and broken trust between them. Boran's gaze was hard, but it was also filled with a deep paternal pain. He looked at Kaylin, taking in his son's health, his strength, the defiant way he stood. Then his eyes moved to me. The last time he had seen me, I was a terrified, broken girl collapsing at the foot of the trial stone. Now, I stood tall, my face calm, my body honed by weeks of training. I met his gaze without flinching. I let him see the cold light in my eyes, the quiet, humming power I held in check. I let him see the monster he had feared. His expression tightened, a flicker of the old horror returning, but it was quickly masked by an alpha's stern resolve. "I have come with an ultimatum," Bourne said, his voice resonating with authority. He did not speak to Kaelin. He spoke directly to me. "The pack is on the verge of civil war. Garth and his faction demand your head. They would see you hunted down and destroyed, and Kaelin brought back in chains to be judged for his treason." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "The other faction, led by Alara's father, would see you captured. They believe your power can be broken, chained, and used as a weapon to secure our borders and expand our territory. They would see you collared and leashed, a tool for the pack's ambition." He looked from me to his son, his eyes filled with a terrible weariness. "Both paths lead to ruin. To hunt you would mean fighting my own son, a battle that would gut the pack. To enslave you, that is a path to a darkness from which we would never return." He took a step closer to the wards, his gaze locking with mine. "So I offer a third path, my path, an alpha's solution. There is a place, far to the north, beyond the frozen river," he continued, his voice dropping, becoming almost a whisper against the vast silence of the snow. "The Elder Spires, a place of exile where shifters who commit the greatest of crimes are sent to live out their days. The air is thin, the hunting is scarce. It is a slow death, but it is a life of a kind. You will go there, Serenia. You will take your curse and you will vanish from this world. You will give my pack the peace your existence has stolen from it." This was his ultimatum, not death, not enslavement. Exile, a long, slow, lonely death in a frozen wasteland. "And what of Kaelin?" I asked, my voice as cold and clear as the air around us. Bourne's gaze shifted to his son, and for the first time, his alpha mask cracked, revealing the grieving father beneath. "Kaelin will come home," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "He will be cleansed. He will take his rightful place. He will take Alara as his mate. He will heal the pack. He will have the life he was born to have." It was a brilliant, cruel move. He wasn't just offering me a choice between life and death. He was offering Kaelin a choice between a future with his pack, his family, his intended, and a slow, meaningless death in exile with me. He was trying to sever the bond he could not break by force. Kaelin started to speak, a furious denial already forming on his lips, but I put a hand on his arm, stopping him. This was my ultimatum, my choice. I looked at the alpha, at the proud, broken man who had been my leader. I looked at the vast, silent wilderness that stretched beyond him, and I looked at the man beside me, who had given up everything to be my anchor. My choice was not about life or death. It was about what kind of life was worth living. A life as a weapon, a life as a prisoner, a slow death in exile, or a life of fighting side by side with the one person who saw me as more than a curse? I met Bourne's gaze, and I let him see the forgotten night looking back at him. "No," I said, and my voice was the sound of ice cracking on a deep and fathomless lake. "There is a fourth path. Mine, Chapter 12, Truth in a Forgotten Tongue." My refusal hung in the frozen air, sharp and absolute as a shard of ice. It was not a plea, not a negotiation. It was a statement of fact, a declaration of a sovereignty so profound it stunned Alpha Born into silence. He had come expecting to deal with a frightened girl or a mindless monster. He had found a queen on her throne, and he had no idea what protocol to follow. The mask of the Alpha slipped, revealing the stunned, bewildered man beneath. He stared at me, his blue eyes wide, searching my face for some sign of the broken Omega he had condemned, and finding none. He saw instead a calm, cold resolve that mirrored his own authority, and it unnerved him to his very core. Kaelin, beside me, went rigid with a tension that was part pride, part terror. He had spent his life navigating the currents of his father's power, learning when to bend and when to stand firm. He had never seen anyone, shifter or otherwise, simply negate it with a single word. He put his hand on the small of my back, a subtle grounding gesture that was both a show of support for me and a silent plea for me to be cautious. "Your path?" Boren finally managed to say, his voice strained, a hairline crack in the granite of his authority. "There is no path for you that does not end in the destruction of my pack. Can you not see the chaos you have wrought?" "The chaos was there long before my blood touched your stone," I replied, my voice level, imbued with the entity's chilling lack of emotion. "You speak of factions, of a pack divided. Was your pack so unified when they whispered of my weakness, when they called a child cursed for a silence she did not choose? You speak of Garth's ambition, of his challenge to your rule. Did my power create his hunger, or merely give it a convenient excuse? Your pack was not a monolith of strength alpha. It was a structure with cracks in its foundation. I am not the earthquake. I am merely the tremor that revealed the flaws that were already there." Every word was a carefully chosen stone, laid one upon the other, building a wall of irrefutable logic. I was using the entity's ancient, dispassionate perception to dissect his arguments, to turn his own accusations back on him. I could feel Kalen's surprise beside me. I had never spoken this way before, with such articulate, devastating clarity. This was not the speech of a frightened outcast. This was the discourse of a rival power. Boren flinched as if struck. He had no answer because he knew my words were true. His pack's weakness was not my fault. I was simply the catalyst that had brought it to the surface. "What is it you want then?" he demanded, his voice a low growl, falling back on the belligerence of a cornered leader. "If you will not be exiled, if you will not be controlled, what is your aim? To destroy us all?" "My aim," I said, and the word felt vast, powerful, "is truth. Your pack is rotting from the inside out with fear and ignorance. You fear a power you do not understand, a history you have forgotten. You cannot heal your pack by cutting me out, Alpha. You can only heal it by remembering what you have lost." I took a step forward, to the very edge of the porch, the power within me humming in response to the proximity of my ancestor's jailer. "You sent me to be judged by a prison, and in doing so, you unleashed me. But you never stopped to ask the most important question. Why was I imprisoned in the first place? Not the entity. Me, my bloodline." Boren's frown deepened. "The scrolls say your ancestor was the first vessel. The first Alpha sealed the night away and silenced your bloodline to protect the pack, to prevent the door from ever being opened again." "That is the story the victor tells," I said, a cold smile touching my lips for the first time. It was not a human smile. It was the entity's smile, a chilling expression of ancient secret knowledge. It is a lie, spun to justify a great betrayal. Kalen's hand tightened on my back. He too had read the scrolls. He had accepted the history as it was written. My words were as much a shock to him as they were to his father. "What lie?" Boren demanded, his voice sharp with suspicion. "You have the scrolls," I said, turning my gaze to Kalen, the one with the frantic script, the one that names Lyra Vale. Kalen hesitated for only a second, then turned and went back into the cabin. He returned a moment later with the fragile yellowed parchment. He held it out, and I took it from him, my cold fingers brushing his. I held the scroll up, facing Boren. "This text is written in the old tongue, in the ritual script, but it is flawed. The scribe was terrified, yes, but he was also uneducated. He wrote what he was told, but he did not understand the nuances of the language he was using." I looked from the scroll to Boren, my eyes locking with his. "But I do." A new and startling skill the entity had granted me was a complete innate understanding of the old tongue in all its forms, from the common dialect to the most esoteric ritual language. The script on the page was as clear to me as a nursery rhyme. "The word he uses here," I said, my finger tracing a faded symbol, "is sundered. Alpha Vorlog performed the rite of sundering, tearing the night from the vessel. That much is true. But the word for seal that he uses here to describe what was done to the night, and here to describe what was done to my bloodline, It is the same word. He writes that the night was sealed in a tomb of obsidian, and the blood of Veil was sealed to suppress their power, but that is the common translation. The word he uses, it has an older, deeper meaning, a ritual meaning. I let the silence stretch, forcing the Alpha to hang on my every word. It does not just mean to seal, I continued, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It means to guard, to watch over, to keep safe. Boren's eyes widened, a flicker of dawning, horrified understanding in their depths. The first Alpha did not imprison the forgotten night, I said. The truth a tolling bell in the silent clearing. He couldn't, it was too powerful. He entrusted it to the only ones who could hope to contain it, the bloodline of its first vessel. He didn't silence my ancestors' wolves to punish them. He altered our bloodline, transforming us from shifters into something else. He made us into living cages, hereditary wardens, each generation a stronger lock than the last. My silent wolf was not a curse, Alpha. It was a sign that the seal was holding. It was my family's sacred duty, a duty we performed for 1,000 years without even knowing it. I let the scroll roll itself shut with a soft crackle. And you, I said, my voice hardening, my gaze pinning Boren where he stood, in your ignorance took the warden, the keeper of the seal, and forced her to place her hand on the lock. You did not unleash a curse. You freed a prisoner that my family had given its entire existence to keep contained. The chaos you fear is not my fault. It is the consequence of your own pack's forgotten history. The truth, raw and undeniable, struck Boren with the force of a physical blow. He staggered back a step, his face pale, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He looked at me, then at his son, then back at me, his worldview shattering around him. His entire understanding of his pack's greatest legend, the foundation of his authority, was a lie. The monster he had feared was, in fact, the guardian he had betrayed. Kalen was staring at me, his expression a mixture of shock and a profound, dawning understanding. All the pieces were clicking into place for him. My family's strange, isolated status in the pack, the elders' discomfort with our very existence, the trial stone's true purpose. He was seeing the history of my oppression not as a simple matter of pack hierarchy, but as the result of a 1,000-year-old secret, a history deliberately obscured and forgotten until only the fear remained. This cannot be true, Boren whispered, his voice shaking. The elders, Maeve, they would have known. Would they? I countered, my voice sharp. How many generations does it take for a sacred duty to be forgotten and remembered only as a curse? How easy is it for a story of guardianship to become a story of imprisonment? To justify the fear and mistrust of those who are different? Your pack chose to forget, Alpha. It was easier than honoring the wardens who lived among you. I had him. The logic was unassailable. The evidence in the very scrolls he had sanctioned. He had no defense. He was the leader of a people who had committed a profound generational betrayal against my bloodline. What does it want? He asked, his voice now small, stripped of all its authority. He was no longer speaking to Serenia. He was speaking to the entity, to the ancient power his ancestor had failed to defeat. It wants what it has always wanted, I said. Balance. It is a being of absolute cold, of order, of stillness. It is the counterbalance to the hot, chaotic, messy energies of life. It does not seek to destroy the world. It seeks to quiet it, to bring it to a state of perfect, frozen equilibrium. It sees the rage of a Striga, the ambition of a wolf like Garth, the fear in your pack. It sees all of it as a fever, a sickness, and it is the cure. The implications of my words were far more terrifying than simple destruction. The entity was not a mindless plague. It was a cosmic principle, a force with a purpose. And that purpose was the utter, complete end of everything that made life worth living. Love, rage, hope, despair. The perfect peace of the grave. We cannot allow that, Boren breathed. The Alpha returning to his eyes, his duty reasserting itself in the face of this existential threat. Then help me, I said. And for the first time, A flicker of my own voice, of Serenya's desperate plea, broke through the cold calm. Don't you see? I am the only thing standing in its way. As long as I am in control, as long as my heart still beats with human feeling, I can act as its anchor, its interpreter, its conscience. I can balance its drive for order with my own will to live. I am not just its vessel, I am its warden, just as my ancestors were. The last warden. I took a step back, standing beside Kaelin again, presenting a united front. Your ultimatum is meaningless, Alpha. You cannot exile me, because to do so would be to remove the only control that exists over this power. To kill me would release it entirely from its mortal anchor, and what happens then, not even your oldest scrolls can tell you. And you cannot enslave me because my son, and I looked at Kaelin, my voice filled with a certainty that was absolute, will die before he lets you. Kaelin met his father's gaze, and his expression was grim, unyielding. It confirmed my words. Born was trapped. Every path was closed to him. He was facing a power he could not defeat, a truth he could not deny, and a son he could not command. He looked old suddenly. The weight of his office, his pack, and his 1,000-year-old failure seemed to crush him. What is your path, then? He asked again, but this time it was not a demand. It was a genuine question, the plea of a man who had run out of answers. My path, Kaelin said, his voice a low, powerful rumble as he finally spoke, stepping forward to stand with me, is to protect the warden. My path is to stand with her, to be her shield and her anchor, and to help her forge a new balance between the human and the divine. And your path, Father, is to go back to your pack and begin the long, difficult work of teaching them the truth. To heal them not with blades, but with memory. To prepare them not for a war against a monster, but for a world where their ancient guardian has finally awoken. It was a new ultimatum, Kaelin's ultimatum, a challenge for his father to become the leader his pack truly needed. Not a warrior, but a historian, a healer. Berinderos, Alpha of the Blackwood Pack, looked at his son, standing beside the creature of legend. He saw the unshakable bond between them, the shared purpose in their eyes. He saw the end of his world and the terrifying, uncertain beginning of a new one. Without another word, he turned and walked away, his sealskin cloak dragging in the snow, his shoulders slumped with the impossible weight of the truth he now carried. He did not look back. Chapter 13. A Heart Divided. Alpha Boren's solitary figure vanished into the snow-laden pines, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier and more final than a declaration of war. He had come with an ultimatum and left with a history lesson that had shattered the foundations of his world. We had not won a battle. We had redrawn the entire map. The concepts of enemy and ally, monster and guardian, curse and duty, had all been turned inside out. Kaelin stood beside me, his gaze fixed on the woods that had swallowed his father. I could feel the tension radiating from him, a complex mixture of grim satisfaction, sorrow, and a deep, gut-level anxiety. He had defied his alpha, his father, and in doing so, had taken the first true step toward his own authority. But he had also placed an impossible burden on the old wolf's shoulders. Boren now had to return to a pack simmering with fear and ambition, and convince them that the monster they wanted to hunt was, in fact, their betrayed protector. It was a truth that could either heal them or tear them apart completely. Do you think he will do it? I asked, my voice quiet in the vast stillness. Will he tell them the truth? Kaelin was silent for a long moment, his breath pluming in the frigid air. He is a man of honor, he said at last, his voice a low rumble, and he is an alpha. His first duty is to the pack's survival. He will do what he believes is necessary to prevent a civil war. He will weigh the truth you gave him against the fear Garth is stoking. He will choose the path he thinks will cause the least bloodshed. He finally turned to look at me, his blue eyes dark with a weary cynicism. Truth doesn't feed hungry pups in winter, Serenya, and it doesn't stop a blade in the dark from a rival who wants your power. My father will try, but Garth will not listen to stories. He only understands the language of strength. His words were a cold dose of reality. We had won a battle of ideology, but the war would still be fought with tooth and claw. Garth would not be swayed by ancient scrolls. He would see Boren's new understanding as weakness, as proof that the Alpha had been corrupted by his traitorous son and the witch he protected. Our victory had not averted the war. It had merely given our enemy a stronger rallying cry. As we turned to go back inside the cabin, I stumbled, a sudden wave of dizziness washing over me. The world tilted, the pristine white of the snow blurring at the edges. Kalen's arm shot out, his hand gripping my elbow, steadying me. "What is it?" he asked, his voice sharp with concern. "Nothing," I lied, shaking my head to clear it. "Just tired, the confrontation." But it wasn't the confrontation. It was the cost of it. In my debate with Boren, I had drawn on the entity more deeply and consciously than ever before. I had used its memories, its perspective, its flawless command of the old tongue. I had allowed its consciousness to sit in the driver's seat of my own mind, and I had been a willing passenger. The power and clarity it had given me were intoxicating. But now, as the adrenaline faded, I felt the price. A profound, hollow exhaustion was setting in, a feeling that my own spirit had been stretched thin, like a hide scraped too clean. The line between me and the night had grown dangerously, almost imperceptibly, finer. Kalen helped me inside, his hand a warm, solid presence on my back. He sat me down on the cot, his face etched with worry. "You're as pale as the snow," he said. He stoked the fire, adding logs until it was a roaring blaze, trying to fight back a chill that was emanating from within me. I huddled in my furs, but the warmth of the fire couldn't touch the cold that was seeping into my bones. It was the price of being the warden. Every time I used the entity's power, every time I allowed our consciousnesses to merge, a little more of Serenia was consumed, and a little more of the night took root. I had told Boren I was the only thing standing in its way, its conscience. But what happened when that conscience grew too weak to resist its cold, perfect logic? The next few days were a strange, tense limbo. We existed in a state of heightened awareness, our ears constantly straining for the sound of approaching wolves, our eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The wilderness around us was no longer a place of simple isolation. It was a potential battlefield. Kalen rarely let me out of his sight. The incident after his father's departure had frightened him. He saw how my victory had drained me, how it had made me vulnerable. He took over my training, insisting I rest, conserving my strength. He hunted, he cooked, he maintained the cabin, all with a quiet, grim efficiency. He was trying to be my shield, to protect not just my body, but my dwindling humanity. And one afternoon, he returned from checking his snares, a brace of fat grouse in his hand. He found me sitting by the window, staring out at the unchanging landscape of snow and trees, my hands resting in my lap. I had been sitting like that for over an hour, my mind a quiet, empty space. It was becoming easier and easier to slip into that state of cold stillness, to simply be. He dropped the grouse on the table with a thud that made me jump. I looked up at him, startled out of my reverie. "Talk to me, Serenia," he said, his voice raw with a frustration he could no longer contain. "Don't just drift. Where do you go when you get that look on your face?" "Nowhere," I said, which was the honest truth. "It's quiet, peaceful." "It's the peace of a frozen river," he countered, his voice rising. "It looks solid, but the current is still moving underneath, pulling you down. Fight it. Tell me a story. Tell me about your mother. Tell me about the first time you realized you were different. Anything. Just be here, with me." His plea was so desperate, so filled with a terrified love, that it pierced through the cold fog that was beginning to settle over my soul. He was right. I was letting myself drift. It was easier than feeling the constant fear, the guilt, the terrifying weight of what I had become. But easy was a path to surrender. So I talked. I told him about my mother, Lyra, about her fierce, protective love, about the sad lullabies she would sing to me when the other children's taunts had cut too deep. I told him about the first full moon after my 16th birthday, the age when most shifters experience their first change. I described the agony of waiting for a transformation that never came, the crushing disappointment, the looks of pity from the pack that were harder to bear than scorn. As I spoke, the memories came flooding back, sharp and painful and wonderfully, terribly human. I felt the ghost of my mother's hand on my hair. I felt the sting of my own youthful tears. The cold stillness in my mind receded, replaced by the messy, chaotic, vibrant feelings of a life lived. I was talking about pain, but it was a pain that proved I was still alive, still myself. Kalen listened, his whole body focused on me, his blue eyes never leaving my face. He didn't offer platitudes or easy comfort. He simply bore witness to my story, to the girl I had been. He was my anchor, not just to the physical world, but to my own past, to my own heart. As I finished speaking, my voice thick with unshed tears, he came and sat on the cot beside me. He didn't touch me, but his proximity was a comfort, a wall of warmth against the cold. "I remember your mother," he said, his voice soft. "She was the only one who wasn't afraid to look my father in the eye when she thought he was wrong. She argued for you to be given a place in the healer's tent, to learn the herbs. She said your hands were gentle. My father refused. He said it was not a place for one without a wolf." The small forgotten detail was a gift, another piece of myself, of my history, that he had held on to when I had let it go. "She was a warrior in her own way," he continued, a faint sad smile on his lips, "just like her daughter." The intimacy of the moment, the shared vulnerability, was a fragile, precious thing. The air between us thickened, charged with all the words we hadn't said, all the feelings we had suppressed in the name of survival. He was no longer the Alpha's son. I was no longer the vessel of a dark god. We were just a man and a woman trapped in a cage, who had found in each other the only solace in a world that wanted to destroy them. His gaze dropped to my lips, the same way it had in the snow-filled clearing. This time there was no surprise, no hesitation. There was only a deep, magnetic pull, a gravity that had been building between us since the moment he had first stood his ground for me. My heart, my human heart, began to pound a wild, frantic rhythm. The entity within me went utterly still, a silent, ancient observer to the strange, hot, chaotic ritual of human connection. It did not protest. It did not interfere. It simply watched. He leaned in, his movement slow, deliberate, giving me every chance to pull away. I did not. I leaned in to meet him, my eyes fluttering shut. His lips were firm, warm, and surprisingly tight. The kiss was not a thing of fire and passion. It was a kiss of profound, heartbreaking tenderness. It was a kiss of shared solitude, of mutual desperation, of a bond forged in the most impossible of circumstances. It was the taste of pine and wood smoke, of strength and sorrow. It was the feeling of coming home to a place I had never known existed. When he pulled back, we were both breathless. He rested his forehead against mine, his eyes closed. I could feel the tremor running through his body. "Serenia," he whispered, and my name a prayer on his lips. But the moment of peace was shattered. A scent, sharp and sudden, sliced through the air outside, not the familiar scent of boron, or the rival scent of Alara. This was new. It was the smell of multiple shifters, the heavy, musky scent of aggression and something else, something cold and metallic, the scent of forged steel. Kalen and I broke apart, our heads snapping towards the door. The tenderness of the moment was instantly vaporized, replaced by a cold, sharp-edged dread. We moved to the window, peering through the shutter. A group of at least a dozen wolves was emerging from the trees at the edge of the clearing. They were not walking openly, as Boren had. They were moving in a coordinated, tactical formation, using the trees for cover, their bodies low to the ground. And they carried weapons, iron-headed spears, short, heavy-bladed swords. This was not a parley. This was an attack. At their head was Garth, his face a grim mask of righteous fury. Beside him, her expression a mixture of pain and grim resolve, was Alara. My blood ran cold. Boren had failed, or he had never been given the chance. Garth had made his move. He had brought a war party, sanctioned or not, to end this, and he had brought Alara, the spurned mate, the pack's best tracker, to lead him straight to our door. Her pain had been twisted into a weapon, her loyalty used to justify this betrayal. Kalen cursed, a low, vicious sound. He turned from the window, his face a thundercloud. The brief, fragile warmth of our kiss was a distant memory, burned away by the cold reality of the threat outside. He grabbed his axe, his movement swift and economical. The man who had just kissed me with such aching tenderness was gone. In his place was the warrior, the future alpha, preparing to defend his territory. "Stay inside," he commanded, his voice the hard, sharp crack of an order. "Bar the door behind me. Do not open it, for anyone." "Kalen, no," I said, my heart seizing with terror. "There are too many of them. They'll kill you." "My father's honor is at stake," he snarled, his eyes blazing with a cold blue fire. "Garth has defied his alpha's will. This is a rebellion. I am the alpha's son. It is my duty to put it down." He strode to the door. "Bar it, Serenia. That is an order." He didn't wait for my reply. He threw the door open and stepped out onto the porch, the axe held loosely at his side, his body a solid, defiant challenge to the wolves arrayed against him. I was torn, my heart a battlefield. My promise to him, my duty as the one being protected, screamed at me to obey, to bar the door, to hide. But the entity, the cold, logical warden within me, saw the truth of the situation with chilling clarity. Kalen was strong, but he was 1 against 12. His duty would get him killed. And if he fell, the vessel would be left undefended. The shield would be broken. That was an unacceptable outcome. As Garth and his wolves spread out, forming a semicircle around the cabin, just outside the wards, I did not bar the door. I left it standing open. I walked to the center of the room, closed my eyes, and for the first time, I did not just open the door to the night. I tore it from its hinges. I did not ask for its power. I took it. I would not be the one he died protecting. I would be the storm at his back. Chapter 14. The Storm on the Horizon. The world outside the open cabin door was a tableau of imminent violence, stark and silent under the cold, indifferent gaze of the winter sky. Kalen stood on the small porch, a solitary figure of defiance against the encroaching crescent of warriors. He was magnificent and terrifying, his body radiating a palpable aura of controlled fury. The wood axe in his hand was no longer a tool. It was an instrument of judgment. Garth stood at the center of the opposing line, his massive frame practically vibrating with a self-righteous zeal. He held a heavy, iron-tipped spear, its point aimed not at Kalen, but at the ground before him. A gesture of feigned parley that was an insult in its own right. He was not challenging Kalen for dominance in the traditional way. He was here as an executioner, and Alara, my eyes were drawn to her. She stood slightly behind Garth, her bow held loosely in her hand, an arrow not yet nocked. Her face was a mask of cold, disciplined resolve, but I could see the pain in the tight set of her jaw, the flicker of profound conflict in her moss-green eyes as she looked at the man she was betraying. She was a woman torn between her loyalty to the pack's future and her loyalty to the man who had been her future. Garth was using her love and her pant, as a shield for his own ambition, and the cold, analytical part of me, the part that was the night, recognized the tactical brilliance of it. Her presence gave his rebellion a veneer of legitimacy, of heartbroken duty. "Kalen Deros," Garth's voice boomed across the clearing, a self-important roar that was a poor imitation of a true alpha's command. "By the laws of the first alpha, you are charged with treason. You have harbored a cursed bloodline, defied your alpha's command to return, and sheltered an abomination that threatens the sanctity of this pack. Lay down your weapon and surrender yourself for judgment." Kaelin laughed. It was not a sound of humor. It was a harsh, grating bark of pure contempt that scraped along the nerves. You speak of laws, Garth? You who lead a war party against your alpha's son in defiance of your alpha's will? You are not a lawbringer. You are a usurper, a rabid dog who mistakes his own ambition for righteousness. Go home before you force me to put you down like one. Garth's face darkened with fury. He had expected a negotiation or a plea. He had not expected to be so thoroughly dismissed. Your words are as twisted as the creature you protect. She has poisoned your mind. Alara, tell him. Tell him of the fear in the pack. Tell him of his father's weakness. Alara flinched as if struck. She had not expected to be called upon, to be used as a mouthpiece. Her gaze met Kaelin's across the snow, and a look of profound, aching regret passed between them. A final, silent acknowledgement of the world they had lost. Your father is losing them, Kaelin, she said, her voice strained but clear. Garth speaks for many. They are afraid. They need their future alpha. They need the strength you are wasting here. My strength is exactly where it needs to be, Kaelin growled, guarding the pack from its own ignorance, guarding it from men like you, Garth, who would lead it to ruin for a taste of power. Enough talk, Garth roared, finally losing his pretense of control. He raised his spear, its iron tip glinting in the pale sunlight. For the good of the pack, take him! The line of warriors surged forward, their boots crunching in the snow, a wave of grim, determined faces. They did not rush blindly. They were disciplined hunters, moving to flank the cabin, to surround Kaelin on the small, indefensible porch. But they had forgotten one thing: the wards. The first two wolves to reach the invisible perimeter were thrown back as if they had run into a stone wall. They yelped in surprise and pain, stumbling back into their comrades, their charge momentarily broken by a force they could not see. Garth halted, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the shimmering air. The wards, he snarled, a note of frustration in his voice. The witch has caged herself in. He turned to Alara. Tracker, is there a weakness? Alara's gaze swept the circle of stones, her hunter's eyes searching for any flaw, any gap in the ancient magic. But Kaelin's father had seen to the wards himself. They were strong. While they were distracted, Kaelin acted. He did not wait for them to find a way in. He took the battle to them. With a roar that was pure primal wolf, he leaped from the porch, over the warding line, and into their midst. The clearing exploded into a chaotic melee. Kaelin was a whirlwind of controlled violence. The heavy axe was a blur in his hands, a terrifying extension of his will. He did not swing to kill, not yet. He used the flat of the blade to shatter the shaft of a spear, the heavy pole to smash into a shield, the haft to trip and unbalance. He was 1 against 12, but he moved with the strength and fury of a whole pack, his body a fluid dance of lethal grace. He was the Alpha's son, born and bred for this, and he was magnificent. But he was still only 1. They swarmed him, their numbers overwhelming. A warrior got behind him, swinging a heavy club. Kaelin spun, deflecting the blow with the handle of his axe, but the force of it staggered him. Another lunged, and Kaelin was forced to kick him away, leaving himself open for a moment. It was all Garth needed. The usurper charged, his spear held low, aiming for Kaelin's legs, a coward's move designed to cripple, not to win. Kaelin saw it coming and tried to leap back, but his feet slipped in the churned snow. The iron spearhead tore a bloody furrow along his thigh. He cried out, a sharp, ragged sound of pain, and his leg buckled beneath him. He fell to one knee. The warriors surged forward, their faces grimly triumphant, ready to overwhelm the wounded wolf. Alara, watching from the edge of the fight, raised her bow. An arrow finally knocked, its point aimed not at Kaelin's heart, but at the ground before him. A final warning shot. A last plea for him to surrender. But inside the cabin, I was no longer watching. I was acting. The moment Kaelin's blood spilled onto the pristine snow, the moment I heard his cry of pain, The bargain I had struck with the night was sealed. The warden's duty was to protect the balance. The vessel's duty was to protect the anchor. And my duty, as the woman who was just beginning to understand what it meant to love him, was to unleash hell. I did not feel the cold rise. I became the cold. My consciousness expanded, shattering the fragile confines of my human form. The cabin, the clearing, the forest, they were all tiny details in a vast cosmic tapestry of energy that I could now perceive. The frantic, hot signatures of the attacking wolves were like angry, red welts on the cool, calm blue of the winter landscape. Kalen's life force was a steady, defiant flame, now flickering with the sudden, sharp note of his pain. And I was the void, the absolute zero, the silence that consumes all noise. The temperature in the clearing plummeted. It was not a natural drop. It was a sudden, violent theft of all heat. The air itself seemed to thin, to crystallize. The warriors, their breath turning to instant frost before their faces, faltered, their movements becoming sluggish. They looked around in confusion, their primitive animal senses screaming at them that something was profoundly, cosmically wrong. I stepped out of the cabin door and onto the porch. I was no longer Serenia. I was a vessel, a conduit for a power that had existed when the stars were young. Black frost, sharp and beautiful as obsidian snowflakes, bloomed on the wood of the porch around my bare feet. It spread, a creeping tide of frozen night, flowing over the warding stones, not breaking them, but simply overwhelming them, subsuming their lesser magic into its own absolute authority. Garth and his warriors stared at me, their attack forgotten. Their faces, flushed with the heat of battle, had gone pale with a new and primal terror. They were not looking at the broken Omega. They were looking at the legend their ancestors had tried to bury. "Enough," I said. My voice was a harmony of two tones, the soft whisper of Serenia and the deep resonant toll of the night. It did not shout. It did not need to. It was a sound of absolute finality, a command that vibrated in the very bones of those who heard it. The effect was instantaneous. Every warrior, their muscles suddenly locked, their wills overridden by a power they could not comprehend, froze in place. Garth, his spear raised to strike Kalen again, was locked into a grotesque statue of aggression. Alara, her bowstring half-drawn, stood as if carved from ice. They were not physically frozen, not yet. Their spirits were. The hot, chaotic energy of their rage and fear was being systematically, terrifyingly extinguished by the absolute cold that was radiating from me. I walked down the steps of the porch, my bare feet leaving prints of black ice on the snow. The world seemed to move in slow motion, the silence broken only by the faint, crystalline tinkle of the air itself freezing. I walked to Kalen. He was still on one knee, his hand pressed to the bleeding wound on his leg, his face a mask of pain and staggering awe. He looked up at me as I approached, and in his eyes I saw the same fear his father had shown. Not fear of me, but fear for me. Fear of the immense, inhuman power I was now wielding with such effortless command. I placed a hand on his shoulder. A wave of pure, controlled cold flowed from my palm, not into him, but around the wound. The bleeding stopped instantly as the torn flesh was flash-frozen. The pain in his eyes lessened, replaced by a shocked hiss of sensation. I had not healed him. I had cauterized him with ice, a temporary, brutal fix, a warden's pragmatism. Then I turned to face my pack. I walked towards Garth, my movements slow, deliberate. The black frost spread before me, a path of frozen night. He watched me come, his eyes wide with terror. The ambition, the rage, the self-righteous certainty, it was all gone, burned away by the soul-chilling cold. He was just a wolf, facing a god, and he knew he was found wanting. "You speak of the law," I said, my voice echoing in the unnatural stillness. "Let me teach you a lesson about true law, the law of the void, the law of the silence that comes before creation. and the silence that will come after. I raised my hand, and the heavy iron-tipped spear in Garth's grasp became coated in a thick, creeping layer of black ice. The cold traveled up the shaft, towards his hands. He cried out, a strangled, terrified sound, and tried to let go, but his fingers were frozen to the wood. The ice continued its journey, crawling up his arms, over his shoulders. It was not the clumsy, explosive cold I had used on the wards. This was controlled, precise, a creeping paralysis. The law is not about strength, usurper, I said. My voice as cold as the ice that was encasing him. It is about balance. You are an imbalance, a fever, a discordant note in the great silent song. His terrified eyes pleaded with me. The other warriors watched, their own bodies locked, forced to bear witness to their leader's fate. But I was not going to kill him. That was a hot, chaotic, emotional act. The night did not kill. It quieted. I stopped the ice when it reached his neck. He was now a statue from the chest up, his body locked, his arms frozen in their aggressive posture. But he was alive. He could see, he could hear, he could feel the absolute biting cold that held him prisoner. You will be my message to the pack, I said, my voice dropping to a whisper that only he could hear. You will tell them that their guardian has returned, and that her patience is not infinite. I drew the power back, a sudden sharp inhalation of cold energy. The ice on Garth's body shattered, exploding outward in a shower of black dust. He collapsed to the ground, gasping, his body racked with violent, uncontrollable shudders, his skin blue with cold. He would live, but he would bear the scars of my judgment. The frostbite on his soul, for the rest of his days. The paralysis that held the other warriors broke. They scrambled back, falling over each other in their haste to get away from me, their eyes filled with a terror that had been permanently seared into their minds. My gaze fell on Alara. She had not moved. She stood alone, her bow lowered, her face pale. She was not looking at me with the terror of the others. She was looking at me with a hunter's understanding. She had seen the precision, the control. She understood that I was not a mindless beast. I was something far, far more dangerous. I held her gaze for a long moment, a silent communication passing between us, a treaty between rivals. Then I turned my back on her, on all of them, a final, absolute dismissal. I walked back to Kalen and helped him to his feet. He leaned on me, his body trembling with pain and the aftershocks of the battle. Together we walked back towards the cabin, leaving the routed, terrified war party in the churned and blood-stained snow. As we reached the porch, I looked back one last time. Alara was helping Garth to his feet, her movements efficient, her face unreadable. She would take them home. She would deliver my message. The war was not over, but the terms of engagement had just been rewritten. The Blackwood pack had come to hunt a monster, and they had found a goddess, and her reign was just beginning. Chapter 15. To break a blood oath. The silence that followed the retreat of Garth's war party was a vacuum, pulling all the heat and sound from the world. We stood on the porch, Kalen leaning heavily on me, his blood a stark crimson stain on the churned gray snow. The scent of fear from the routed warriors was a lingering, foul perfume on the wind. My power, having answered the call, receded back into the deep well of my being, leaving behind an echoing stillness and a cold that felt as if it had settled permanently into my bones. Inside the cabin, the warmth of the fire felt like a foreign element, something from a different world. I helped Kalen to his cot, his movements stiff and agonized. The brutal ice cauterization had stopped the bleeding, but it had done nothing for the pain of the torn muscle and sinew beneath. He sank onto the furs with a sharp, ragged intake of breath, his face pale and beaded with sweat. The warrior was gone, the alpha's son was gone. In his place was a man, wounded and vulnerable, looking at me with eyes that held a universe of conflict. He was not just looking at his savior. He was looking at the living embodiment of the power that had saved him, and the two things were becoming terrifyingly difficult to separate. The ice! He rasped, his hand hovering over the frozen, blackened edges of the wound on his thigh. I can't feel anything. It will hold until the flesh begins to thaw, I said, my voice unnervingly calm. A clinical assessment from the entity, not a comforting word from Serenia. Then the pain will be significant. We need to stitch it, properly this time. I moved to the healer's kit, my hands steady, my mind a quiet, efficient machine. But Kalen's voice stopped me. Serenia! I turned. He had pushed himself up on one elbow, his gaze fixed on me, intense and searching. What was it like? He asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. I knew what he was asking. He wasn't asking about the fight. He was asking about the power. What was it like to become the storm? I thought for a moment, trying to find the human words for a non-human experience. It was quiet, I said at last. All the noise stopped. The fear, the anger, the chaos, it all just ceased. There was only a single clear purpose: protect the anchor, restore the balance. I looked at my own hands, half expecting to see the black frost still clinging to them. There was no rage in it, Kalen. It wasn't a battle. It was a correction. His expression tightened. My answer, my cold, dispassionate description, was clearly not what he had hoped to hear. He had wanted to hear that I had fought, that I had raged, that Serenia had been the one wielding the weapon. Instead, I had described a state of being, a force of nature moving through me. When you looked at Garth, he pushed, his voice strained. What did you feel? Nothing, I answered honestly. He was an imbalance, an obstacle to be removed. His fear was irrelevant. The word hung in the air between us, as cold and sharp as an icicle, irrelevant. It was the word of a god, not a woman. The chasm between us, which had been so briefly, so beautifully bridged by our kiss, had just reopened, wider and deeper than ever before. I saw a flicker of real fear in his eyes then, the fear he had spoken of. He was seeing the woman he was fighting for, being erased by the power he was relying on to keep them both alive. I could not bear that look on his face. The last embers of my human heart flared in defiance of the encroaching cold. I went to him, knelt by the cot, and took the healer's kit in my hands. This is going to hurt, I said, my voice softer this time, deliberately trying to find my own tone, the voice of the girl who had once tended to him with trembling hands. And I am sorry for it. The apology was a small, desperate offering, a proof of the humanity that still remained. He seemed to understand. He gave a single sharp nod, his jaw setting as he braced himself. The process of tending to his new wound was a slow, agonizing ritual of reconnection. I had to first thaw the frozen flesh, using cloth soaked in warm water. As the feeling returned to the tissues, a deep, shuddering groan of pure agony was torn from his throat. He writhed on the cot, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists in the furs, but he did not cry out again. He bore the pain with the stoic endurance of a shifter, and I bore it with him. Every tremor that racked his body was a silent accusation. This was the result of my power, my correction. There was a cost to wielding the void, and the price was being paid in his flesh. As I cleaned the wound, my now cold fingers brushed against his skin. He flinched, a subtle, involuntary reaction to the unnatural chill of my touch. It was a small thing, but it was a rejection, and it cut me deeper than any blade. I was no longer a source of comfort to him. I was a touch of the grave. I stitched the wound in silence, my movements precise and efficient. He did not speak. The only sounds were the hiss of his pained breathing and the crackle of the fire. The cabin, our sanctuary, had become a chamber of quiet, mutual suffering. When I was done, I wrapped his leg in fresh bandages. I stood to move away, to give him the space my cold presence seemed to demand, but his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. His grip was a manacle of warmth around my cold skin. "Don't," he rasped, his eyes dark with pain and exhaustion, pleading with me. "Don't pull away. Not now." I stopped, my body frozen. "My father gave me an oath," he said, his voice a low, ragged thing. "A blood oath. My duty was to the pack. My final law was to put you down if you were lost to the night." He pulled my hand, forcing me to sit on the edge of the cot beside him. He did not let go of my wrist. "I stood out there, Serenia, and I watched you. I watched you command the ice. I watched you freeze the wills of a dozen warriors. I watched you look at Garth, a man you have known your whole life, and feel nothing. By every law I was given, you were lost. I should have. My duty was clear." My heart, which I had thought was turning to ice, seemed to stop beating altogether. Was this it? Was he finally choosing his old law over our new one? "But I was wrong," he continued, his grip tightening, his thumb tracing a circle on the inside of my wrist. A desperate, seeking touch. "The law was wrong. It was written by wolves who only understood the heat of the blood rage. They had no law for a cold like yours. They saw a blizzard, and they called it a monster because they couldn't comprehend a force that was not driven by hunger or rage." He took a deep, shuddering breath. "I am breaking my oath to my father," he said, and the words were a physical, tearing sound, the sound of a man ripping his own roots from the earth. "His law no longer applies. My duty is not to the pack that would hunt you, or to the alpha who would exile you. It is to you, not as a jailer, not as a warden." He looked at me, and in his pain-filled eyes, I saw a new, terrifying, and beautiful vow being forged. "As your first, your partner, your shield. If you are a goddess, then I will be your first and last believer. If you are a queen, I will be the one who guards your throne. That is my new law, my only law." He had seen me at my most powerful, my most inhuman, and he was not running. He was not trying to chain me. He was kneeling. He was choosing to serve not just the woman, but the power she carried, seeing them not as separate, but as one. He was breaking a blood oath to his past and swearing a new one to our future. The last of the ice around my heart shattered. The single hot tear from before was followed by a silent, streaming flood. The cold, dispassionate entity reeled, thrown back by the sheer chaotic force of my human grief and gratitude. I was crying for the man he was giving up, for the pack he was abandoning, and for the beautiful, terrifying burden of the loyalty he was laying at my feet. I leaned forward and pressed my forehead against his, my tears falling onto his face. "You can't," I whispered, my voice breaking. "Kaylin, you can't. The price is too high." "The price of losing you is higher," he answered, his voice rough with an unshakable certainty. He raised his free hand and tangled it in my hair, holding me there, our foreheads pressed together. "We are in this together, Serenia. We find a new path, or we die on the old one. There is no other way." We stayed like that for a long time, two broken things clinging to each other in the heart of a silent, waiting storm. His new vow was a fragile, desperate thing, a declaration of a new kind of pack, a pack of two. The outside world did not wait long to test that new pack. Late that night, as Kaylin slept a fitful, pain-filled sleep, and I sat watching the fire, a new sensation brushed against my consciousness. It was not a sound or a scent. It was a ripple in the fabric of the world, a tremor of psychic energy. It was the collective emotion of the Blackwood pack, a distant storm of fear, rage, and confusion. The entity, now my partner, my other sense, translated the chaotic signals for me. I closed my eyes and saw, not as a vision, but as an intuitive understanding, the scene at the main den. I saw Garth, shivering and humbled, his story of a terrifying ice witch spreading like wildfire. I saw Ilara, silent and grim, her testimony confirming the tale, but with a nuance of control and power that the others did not understand. I saw the pack dividing, not into two factions, but a dozen. Some were calling for an all-out war to destroy the abomination. Others were crying that I should be appeased, worshipped. Many were just terrified, their world upended. And I saw Alpha Boren standing before them, his face aged and worn, trying to tell them the truth, trying to speak of wardens and ancient duties. But his words were lost in the storm of their fear. His authority, once absolute, was now a flickering candle in a hurricane. Garth's failed rebellion had succeeded in one thing. It had shattered the pack's faith in their leader. The pack was breaking. It was consuming itself from the inside out. My cold correction of Garth had not brought order. It had unleashed total chaos. I opened my eyes, the distant turmoil of the pack, a dull, psychic roar in my head. Kaelin was right. My father was right. My very existence was a poison. Hiding here, defending our small patch of ground, was a slow, selfish death. Every day we waited, the pack tore itself further apart. Kaelin stirred, awakened by the new tension in the room. He looked at me, his eyes questioning. "They are falling apart," I said, my voice flat. "Boren's words have no power. Garth's fear has more. They are going to destroy each other." A grim understanding dawned on his face. "Then it's only a matter of time before they come back. All of them." "We can't wait for them," I said, and the decision, when it came, was as clear and cold as a winter star. Defending is not a path to victory. It's a path to being overwhelmed. I stood up and walked to the door. Looking out into the silent, moonlit night, the snow-covered world was a blank page, waiting for a new story to be written. "Your father offered me exile," I said, not looking at him. "Garth offered me death. Ilara's father offered me chains." I turned back to face him, and my eyes burned with a cold, clear fire. I offered them the truth, and they could not hear it. There is only one path left. We are done waiting for the pack to choose our fate. It is time we chose theirs. "What are you saying?" he asked, though I could see in his eyes that he already knew. "I am saying that the warden is leaving her post," I said, and my voice was the voice of the queen he had named me. "We are going back, not to plead, not to hide, and not to fight. We are going back to the trial stone, to the heart of their power, and we are going to force them to remember." It was a terrifying, reckless, and utterly necessary plan. To walk back into the arms of our enemies, to the very source of my power and their fear. It was a path that would lead either to the pack's salvation or our final complete destruction. There would be no turning back. The blood oath was broken. A new and terrible destiny was about to be forged. Chapter 16. Embracing the endless night. The decision once made settled over the cabin with the weight of an avalanche. There was no more waiting, no more reacting. We had seized the narrative, wrested it from the hands of alphas and usurpers, and now we had to see it through to its terrifying conclusion. To return to the pack, to the trial stone, was not just a strategic move. It was an act of profound, almost suicidal defiance. We were choosing to walk back into the heart of the fire, armed with nothing but a shattered history and a power that could just as easily consume us as save us. Kaelin's acceptance of the plan was not immediate. For a long, silent hour, he argued, his pragmatism and his fierce protective instinct warring with the undeniable logic of my decision. "It's a death trap, Serenia," he insisted, his voice a low, urgent growl. He had pushed himself up, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, and was pacing the small confines of the cabin like a caged wolf. "You walk back into that clearing, and they will see it as a provocation. Garth will have every warrior he can muster waiting for My father won't be able to stop them." "Garth is not the one I need to convince," I countered, my voice calm, a stark contrast to his agitated energy. I sat at the table, the brittle scrolls spread before me one last time, my fingers tracing the ancient runes. "Garth is a symptom. The disease is fear, and you cannot cure a disease by hiding from it. We have to confront it at its source." "And what if the source is you, what?" he shot back, his words a sharp, painful jab. He stopped his pacing and looked at me, his eyes filled with a raw, desperate anguish. What if your very presence is something they can't overcome? What if the only thing they see is the night? Then they will see the night, I said, my voice softening. I looked up from the scrolls and met his gaze, holding it, willing him to understand. But they will also see you standing beside me, the Alpha's son, their future. You are their bridge between the world they know and the one I represent. You are the only one who can translate what they are about to see. I was placing an impossible burden on him, and we both knew it. He would not just be my shield. He would have to be my apostle, my interpreter, the voice of reason in the face of a terrifying God. He stared at me, the conflict raging in his eyes. He saw the madness of the plan, the 100 ways it could go wrong, but he also saw the cold, unshakable truth in my words. Hiding was a slow death. Attacking was a path to ruin. This was a gamble on a scale that was almost mythological. It was a wager for the very soul of the pack. Finally, he let out a long, shuddering breath, the fight going out of him. He ran a hand through his dark hair, his shoulders slumping in a gesture of weary, reluctant acceptance. A new path, he murmured, the words of his own vow coming back to haunt him. Or we die on the old one. He looked at me, a grim, fatalistic smile touching his lips. It seems we have chosen our path. The hours that followed were a blur of quiet, focused preparation. There was no grand strategy to be made, no army to assemble. There were only the two of us. We were preparing not just for a journey, but for a performance, a ritual. Kalen tended to our weapons, his movements precise and economical. He sharpened his axe until the edge was a silver line that seemed to hum in the firelight. He restrung a spare bow he had in the chest, testing its pull, his muscles bunching under his tunic. He was preparing for a battle he hoped he would not have to fight. My own preparations were internal. I did not need to sharpen steel. I needed to sharpen my will. I sat before the fire, my eyes closed, and I journeyed into the vast, cold stillness within me. I did not fight the entity. I did not try to control it. I communed with it. For the first time, I approached it not as a warden approaching a prisoner, but as a partner. We are going back, I projected into the silent void of my mind. To the place of your prison, the place of my birthright. They will be afraid. They will be hostile. They will not understand. The entity responded not with words, but with a wave of pure, cold, ancient amusement. Their fear was a given, their lack of understanding a certainty. It was all irrelevant. They must understand, I insisted, my own will a focused point of warmth in its cold vastness. Destruction is not victory. Order imposed by terror is not balance. It is tyranny. You do not want to be a monster in their legends. You want to be a principle, a truth. To do that, they cannot just fear you. They have to accept you. And for that, they need me. They need to see the woman in the goddess. I felt a subtle shift in the entity's consciousness, a flicker of something that was not agreement, but consideration. My logic was sound. To achieve its aim of a quieter, more balanced world, a world free of the fever of chaotic emotion, brute force was inefficient. Conversion, a fundamental shift in their understanding, was a far more elegant, more permanent solution. The vessel will be the voice, it finally conceded, the thought a cool, smooth stone dropping into the pool of my mind. The anchor will be the shield. The power will be the proof. We had an accord, a strategy. I would not be a passenger during the coming confrontation. The entity would lend me its presence, its perception, its voice, but I would be the one to wield them. We would be a single, terrifyingly unified being. We left the cabin at dawn. The world was awash in the pale, ethereal light of a winter morning. The snow was a pristine, unbroken blanket, and the air was so cold it felt sacred. We did not speak. There was nothing left to say. Kalen, despite the raw, healing wound in his leg, moved with a steady, determined gait. He carried his axe and bow, a warrior walking toward his destiny. I walked beside him, unarmed, my hands bare. I was the weapon. The journey was a long, silent pilgrimage through the frozen woods. With every step that took us closer to the pack's territory, I could feel the psychic roar of their collective fear and confusion growing louder in my mind. It was a disorienting, painful cacophony, a storm of emotion that beat against the shores of my own cold calm. I could feel the entity within me recoiling from the sheer, messy heat of it all. It was like walking into a furnace. As we neared the ridge that overlooked the main den, Kalen held up a hand, stopping me. He pointed. On a rocky outcrop, a lone wolf stood sentinel, a lookout. "They're watching for us," he murmured, his voice a low growl. "They're expecting an attack." The lookout saw us. It stiffened, its head raised, and let out a long, sharp warning howl that echoed through the silent valleys. Answering howls erupted from below, a chorus of alarm. The hornet's nest had been poked. "There's no turning back now," Kalen said, his hand resting on the handle of his axe. "We are not going to the den," I said, my voice calm. I pointed to the east. "We are going to the trial stone." He nodded, understanding. To go to the den would be to walk into their fortress, to meet them on their terms. The clearing of the trial stone was my ground, my place of power. We changed our course, moving along the ridgeline, a pair of solitary figures against the vast, empty sky. We could hear the sounds of the pack mobilizing below us, a frantic chaos of howls and shouted commands. They would be searching for us, expecting an assault on the den. It would take them time to realize where we were truly going, time we desperately needed. We reached the clearing of the trial stone as the sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the western sky in bruised shades of purple and orange. The place was exactly as I had left it, the circle of ancient gnarled oaks, the frost-covered ground, and in the center, the jagged black fang of the trial stone itself, silent and menacing. The energy in the clearing was immense. This was the focus of the pack's history, the site of my transformation, and the anchor point of the entity's long imprisonment. To stand here was to stand at the nexus of it all. The power in my own veins sang in harmony with the latent magic of the place. "This is it," Kalen breathed, his eyes wide as he took in the scene. He looked at the stone, then at Kiwakimai, and a new level of understanding seemed to dawn on his face. He was finally seeing the true scale of the power he had allied himself with. "They are coming," I said, my senses feeling the approaching wave of shifters, a tide of hot, angry energy moving through the woods. "What is the plan, Serenia?" Kalen asked, his voice low, his trust in me absolute. "What do we do when they get here?" I looked at the trial stone, at the source of my power and my pain. My path was clear. It was a terrifying, reckless path, but it was the only one. "You will be my shield," I said, turning to him. I placed my cold hand on his chest, directly over his heart. "No matter what you see, no matter what you hear, your only duty is to ensure that no one touches me. You are the wall between their world and mine. Can you do that?" He looked into my eyes, and he saw the abyss there, the endless, starless night I was about to embrace. He saw the risk, the chance that I might not come back from wherever I was going. But he did not waver. "To my last breath," he vowed, his voice a raw, ragged oath. He covered my hand with his own, a brief, desperate press of warmth against my cold skin. Then I turned away from him and walked toward the stone. With every step, the power within me grew, resonating with the ancient magic that saturated this ground. The air grew cold, the light seemed to dim. I reached the trial stone and placed my palm, my scarred palm, flat against its Ica obsidian surface. The last time I had done this, I had been a terrified girl, and the power had been a violent, uncontrollable explosion. This time I was a queen, and the power was my birthright. I did not wait for it to take me. I did not allow it to flood me. I reached into the heart of the stone, into the memory of the entity's long imprisonment, and I pulled. The world dissolved. I was no longer in the clearing. I was no longer in my body. I was everywhere. My consciousness exploded outward. A wave of pure, cold perception. I was the wind in the trees, the frost on the ground, the ancient stone beneath the earth, and I was the entity. We were one. The last vestiges of Serenya's fear and doubt were burned away by the absolute perfect and terrifying certainty of the forgotten night. I felt the pack arrive. They burst into the clearing, a wave of fur and steel and fear. I saw them not through my eyes, but from 1,000 perspectives at once. I saw the grim determination on Garth's face, the pained conflict on Alara's, the terrified confusion of the younger warriors. I saw Alpha Borin, his face a mask of tragedy, trying to hold them back. And I saw Kaelin. He stood before the stone where my empty body was slumped, my hands still fused to its surface. He stood with his axe held ready, his feet planted, a solitary, defiant warrior holding a line against the entire world. He was the anchor, he was the shield, and he was beautiful. They saw my body and they saw him, and their charge faltered. They did not know what they were seeing. And then I spoke. My voice did not come from my own lips. It came from everywhere at once. It was in the rustle of the leaves, the groan of the ancient oaks, the whisper of the freezing wind. It was inside their own heads, a thought that was not their own. It was the voice of the clearing itself, the voice of their own history, awakened and given speech. I am the silence in the heart of the wolf, the voice boomed, a soundless thunder that shook their very souls. I am the night that was, and the night that will be. I am the warden of this pack, and you have forgotten your oaths. The wolves fell to their knees, their faces pale with a terror that transcended the physical. They were facing not a witch, not a monster, but a primal truth they had long chosen to ignore. You fear what you do not understand, the voice continued, its tone not angry, but filled with a vast, ancient sorrow. You have let your memories fade to legend, and your legends to fear. You have betrayed the bloodline that kept you safe, and you have tried to murder the last of your guardians. My consciousness, my power, swept through the clearing. I did not show them a vision. I made them remember. I opened the scrolls of their own history, not on parchment, but in their very minds. They saw the first vessel, Lyra Vale, not as a monster, but as a terrified girl. They saw the first Alpha, Vorlog, not as a conqueror, but as a desperate man making an impossible choice. They saw the generations of my family, living with the silent wolf, bearing the scorn of the pack, unknowingly performing their sacred duty. They felt the weight of 1,000 years of their own injustice. The balance has been broken, the voice declared, its final pronouncement a judgment that sealed their fate. The warden is awake. The old laws are dead. A new age begins now. You will learn the truth, or you will become a forgotten memory, a whisper of a pack that choked on its own fear. The choice is yours. The power receded, the voice faded. The world snapped back into focus. I was back in my own body, collapsing to the ground at the foot of the trial stone, the connection broken. The effort had been immense, a cataclysmic expenditure of will and energy. I was an empty vessel, a hollowed-out shell. The clearing was silent. The pack, from the lowest Omega to the would-be usurper Garth, was on the ground, some weeping, some staring into space, their minds shattered and remade by the truth they had been forced to witness. Only 2 men were still standing. Alpha Borin, his face wet with tears, his expression one of profound, soul-shattering grief for the sins of his fathers, and Kaelin. He had not moved. He stood over me, his axe still held ready, his body a trembling testament to the sheer force of will it had taken to withstand the psychic onslaught. He was the anchor he had held. He dropped the axe, its head burying itself in the frosted earth with a soft thud. He knelt beside me, gathering my limp form into his arms. "Serenia," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion, his breath warm against my icy skin. "I have you. I have you." The war was over. The pack was broken, ready to be remade. I had embraced the endless night, and I had dragged my entire world into the dawn with me. But as Kaelin held me, I looked at my own pale, cold hands, and I did not know if the woman he was holding would ever be truly warm again. Chapter 17. The Last Howl. The world returned in fragments, like a shattered mirror slowly reassembling itself. The first thing I knew was the cold. Not the vast, internal, starless cold of the night, but the simple, biting chill of the winter air on my skin. The second was the feeling of Kaelin's arms around me, a circle of warmth and solid living strength that was the only real thing in a world that had dissolved into pure consciousness. His scent, pine and mountain stone and the faint coppery tang of his own healing blood, was an anchor, pulling me back from the endless void I had embraced. I could hear weeping, soft broken sounds from the scattered wolves in the clearing. It was not the sound of grief, but of a profound soul-deep shock, the sound of a people whose entire reality had been dismantled and shown to be a lie. My psychic broadcast, my sermon from the heart of the stone, had not been a gentle re-education. It had been a spiritual cataclysm. Kaelin shifted, pulling the heavy fur cloak from his own shoulders and wrapping it around my shivering form. The simple protective gesture was so full of a fierce, desperate tenderness that it sent a painful ache through my hollowed-out soul. I had wielded the power of a goddess, but in the aftermath, I was as weak and vulnerable as a newborn. "It's over," he murmured, his voice a low rumble against my ear, a vibration that seemed to restart my own sluggish heartbeat. "Serenia, look at me. It's over." I lifted my head, my neck muscles feeling weak and uncooperative. I looked out at the clearing. The scene was surreal. Garth, the proud usurper, was on his hands and knees, his head bowed to the frosted earth, his body shaking with silent, racking sobs. The other warriors were scattered, some curled into tight fetal balls, others staring at the trial stone with wide, unseeing eyes, their minds still lost in the 1,000-year history they had been forced to witness. My gaze found Alpha Boren. He had risen to his feet and was walking slowly, deliberately, through the field of his broken warriors. His face was a mask of ancient grief, but his eyes held a new, clear light. The burden of his lie had been lifted, replaced by the heavier, but cleaner, weight of the truth. He was no longer a leader trying to hold together a fragile peace. He was a penitent, walking among the ruins of his own making. And Alara, she stood apart from the others, her back rigid, her bow hanging limply from her hand. She was not weeping. She was staring at me, her moss-green eyes filled with a complex, unreadable mixture of fear, respect, and a dawning terrible understanding. She was a hunter, a pragmatist. She was the first one who was beginning to process what had just happened, to understand the new shape of the world. She saw not just the power I had unleashed, but the control I had shown. She understood that I had held the life of every wolf in that clearing in my hand, and I had chosen to let them live. Boren's path brought him to us. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze falling on me, cradled in his son's arms. The fear and horror were gone from his eyes, replaced by a profound, weary reverence. He was looking at me not as a monster, but as the living embodiment of his pack's greatest sin and its only possible redemption. "Warden," he said, and the word was not an accusation, but a title, an acknowledgement of my true place. His voice was hoarse, broken. "Forgive us." The plea was not just from him. It was from his entire lineage, from the first alpha down to the last pup in the den. It was the apology of a people to the family they had wronged for a millennium. I found my own voice, a thin, reedy thing that sounded alien in the profound silence. "There is nothing to forgive," I said, and the words came from the last vestiges of Serenia, the girl who had only ever wanted to belong. There is only the truth, and a new path to be walked. Boren nodded, a deep shuddering bow of his head. He looked at his son, and the last of the conflict between them seemed to dissolve. He saw not the traitor but the shield, the loyal first who had stood by his warden when all others had failed. "The pack is broken, father," Kaelin said, his voice rough with emotion. "And it will be remade," Boren answered, his own voice gaining a sliver of its old strength. "In truth, as it should have been, but it will need a new alpha to lead it, one who understands the new world, one who is not stained by the old lies." He looked at Kaelin, and his meaning was clear. He was abdicating. He was laying the mantle of his authority at the feet of his son, the one who had seen the truth when all others were blind. But Kaelin shook his head. "My place," he said, his arm tightening around me, "is here. I am the warden's shield. That is my woe. That is my war. The pack needs an alpha who will stay with them, who will guide them. You are still that man, father. You are the one who must teach them this new history. That is your penance and your path." It was an act of profound loyalty, both to me and to his father. He was refusing the power he had been born to inherit, choosing instead the duty he had sworn in the heart of our shared exile. He was binding his fate to mine, not just as a partner, but as a sworn guardian, forgoing his own crown to protect his queen. Boren looked at his son, and his eyes filled with a father's pride, a pride so fierce it was a painful, beautiful thing to witness. He had lost his heir, but he had gained a man of honor. He gave a single solemn nod of acceptance. The new order was established. Slowly, the other wolves began to stir. They rose to their feet, their movements stiff and uncertain, like children waking from a long and terrible dream. They looked at me, and their eyes were filled with a raw, terrified awe. I was no longer an Omega, no longer a witch. I was a living relic, a sacred and terrifying figure from their own remade history. The whispers of Cursed were replaced by a new, whispered title, the Warden. Garth was the last to rise. He was a broken man. The arrogance and ambition had been scoured from him, leaving behind a hollowed-out shell. He would never lead a rebellion again. He would be lucky if he could lead himself out of the clearing. My work here was done. The truth had been delivered. The pack, however shattered, was on a new path. But the cost to me had been immense. I felt empty. The connection to the entity, to the endless cold certainty of the night, had receded, leaving me feeling fragile, human, and terrifyingly alone in my own mind. I had won the war, but I was in danger of losing the very essence of the power that had given me the victory. The balance had been tipped, and I did not know how to restore it. "Kaelin," I whispered, my voice trembling, a new kind of fear creeping into my heart. I can't feel it anymore. The cold, it's gone." His eyes widened in alarm. He looked at me, truly looked at me, and saw the change. The cold, divine light in my eyes had faded, replaced by the simple, frightened gaze of the girl he had rescued from the trial stone. By pouring my entire being into that one cataclysmic act of communion, I had seemingly burned out. I had expended the power, and now the vessel was just an empty jar. A new sound split the air, a sound that made my blood run cold. A long, drawn-out howl, but not from any wolf in the clearing. It came from the high ridges to the north, a sound of pure, unadulterated triumph. It was a striga. No, not just one, a dozen, a whole pack of them. They had been watching, waiting. The psychic chaos of my communion, the raw power I had unleashed, had been a beacon, a dinner bell for every foul scavenger thing in the mountains. And now they could feel the power fading. They could sense the weakness of the warden and the broken, disoriented state of her pack. They were coming to feast on the ruins. "No," Boren breathed, his face going pale as he recognized the sound. "Not now." The Blackwood warriors, still reeling from my psychic assault, scrambled for their weapons, their movements clumsy, their eyes wide with a fresh wave of terror. They were in no shape to fight. Their morale was shattered, their spirits broken. Alara was the first to react with any real clarity. "Form a line," she shouted, her hunter's voice cutting through the panic. "To the Alpha! Protect the Warden!" Her loyalty, in the end, was to the pack. And in this new world, protecting me was tantamount to protecting the pack itself. She nocked an arrow, her movement swift and sure, a bastion of discipline in the growing chaos. But it was a hopeless cause. The howls were getting closer, a wave of madness and hunger about to crash down on them. My pack was weak, vulnerable, and their guardian was empty. Kalen looked from the approaching threat to my pale, frightened face. He saw the truth in an instant. I had spent everything to save them, and in doing so, I had doomed us all. But he did not despair. His face set in a grim, hard line of absolute resolve. He laid me gently on the ground, pulling the cloak tighter around me. He picked up his axe, its edge still sharp, its weight familiar in his hands. "Father, he said, his voice ringing with an alpha's command. "Get them back to the den. Form a perimeter. Now." He turned to Alara. "Your arrows are our only real defense. Keep their heads down. Buy us time." "Time for what?" Boren demanded, his face a mask of confusion. "We cannot stand against a full pack of them, not like this." Kalen turned and looked down at me, and his eyes were filled with a love so near, so absolute, it was a physical force. "The Warden is empty," he said, his voice soft, for my ears only. "The vessel needs to be refilled." I didn't understand. Refilled with what? He leaned down and pressed his lips to my forehead. A brief, desperate, and final kiss. "I was your anchor," he whispered. "Now you must be mine." Then he stood, turned his back on me, and faced the approaching howls. He took a deep, shuddering breath. And for the first time in his life, Kalen Diros, son of the Alpha, the most disciplined warrior of his generation, let go. He surrendered. His body began to contort, to twist. A sound that was not a word, not a roar, but a symphony of pure, unadulterated agony tore from his throat. Bones cracked and reformed. Sinews stretched and thickened. His human skin ripped away to reveal a tide of thick, night-black fur. He was not just changing, he was unmaking himself. The wolf that rose in his place was a creature of myth, a beast larger and more powerful than any shifter I had ever seen. Its fur was the color of a starless midnight, and its eyes burned with a cold blue fire that was the color of its human soul. But this was not just a shifter. He had done something more. In his desperation, in his final selfless act to protect me, he had broken the rules of his own nature. He had poured all of his will, all of his life force, all of his love for me, into the change, and he had become something more. He had become a vessel. He was not a vessel for the night. He was a vessel for the wolf, the primal, untamed spirit of the beast itself. He lifted his massive head to the bruised and bleeding sky, and he let out a howl. It was not a call of warning or of challenge. It was a sound of pure, absolute authority. It was the howl of a king, a god of the hunt. It was the last howl of the old world and the first of the new. He turned his burning blue eyes on me one last time, a look of profound, silent farewell. Then, a blur of black fur and righteous fury, he charged into the forest to meet the coming tide of madness, alone. He was no longer my shield. He had become my sword, and he was going to a battle from which he knew he would not return. Epilogue. What the dawn remembered. The forest swallowed him whole. One moment he was a living myth, a creature of midnight fur and glacial fire poised at the edge of the clearing. The next, he was gone, leaving behind only the thunderous echo of his final kingly howl and a profound ringing silence. The advancing howls of the Striga faltered, their chaotic chorus momentarily broken by the sheer, untamed authority of his voice. He had not gone to fight them. He had gone to command them, to meet their madness with a sanity so primal and absolute it was a force of nature in itself. I lay on the frozen ground, wrapped in his cloak, the world a meaningless blur of gray and white. His scent, pine and stone and wolf, clung to the heavy fur, a ghost of the man who had just sacrificed himself for me. My own body was a hollow, aching thing, the vessel empty, the warden asleep. The vast cosmic silence of the night had been replaced by a silence that was far more terrible, the silence of a heart that had been ripped from my chest. The pack, my pack, stood frozen, caught between the memory of the goddess who had broken their minds and the reality of the god who had just charged into the woods to save them. Alpha Boren stared at the spot where his son had vanished, his face a ruin of pride and unbearable grief. He had just regained his son, only to lose him to something far older and wilder than any pack law. Alara stood with her arrow still nocked, her hunter's gaze fixed on the trees, her expression one of pure, unadulterated awe. She had loved the man, but she revered the wolf. She understood, in a way no one else could, the sheer magnitude of the sacrifice he had just made. He had not just changed, he had ascended, becoming the living embodiment of the very spirit they all worshipped. The sounds of the battle, when they came, were not what anyone expected. There was no prolonged clash of tooth and claw, no drawn-out symphony of snarls and shrieks. There was only Kaelin's single authoritative roar, followed by a wave of terrified, pained yelps from the Striga. Then, silence, utter and complete. He had not fought them as an equal. He had judged them as a superior, a king scattering a rabble of peasants. He had met their contagion with a purity so absolute it had simply unmade them. The silence stretched. A minute, 10, a lifetime. Every wolf in the clearing stood waiting, their heads cocked, listening for a sound that would tell them what to do next, listening for the howl of their new king returning. But it never came. The sun began to rise, its first tentative rays spilling over the eastern ridge, painting the snow in shades of rose and gold. It was a new day, a new age, and as the light touched my face, something within me stirred. It was not the cold, vast presence of the night. It was something small, warm, and stubbornly, painfully human. A single flickering ember of Serenia, which had not been extinguished, but had merely been waiting in the ashes. The grief for Kaelin, the pure, undiluted agony of his loss, was the spark that was reigniting it. I pushed myself up, my limbs trembling, my body screaming in protest. The cloak, his cloak, fell from my shoulders. The pack turned as one to look at me, their new warden, their broken goddess. I did not look at them. My eyes were fixed on the forest. I knew, with a certainty that was as deep and true as the entity's own cold logic, that he was not coming back. The being he had become, the primal spirit of the wolf, could not be contained in a pack, in a den at a man's side. Its territory was the wild itself, its pack the wind and the trees. He had sacrificed his humanity, his very identity, to become the world's guardian, just as I had become the pack's. We were two sides of a new coin, two pillars holding up a new and fragile balance. I took a step towards the woods, and then another. My path was clear. I was the warden. My place was not in a den, surrounded by those who now feared and revered me. My place was on the borders, in the wild, forgotten places, watching for the return of the fevers and the madnesses that plagued the world. Kaelin had become the sword that scoured the darkness. I would be the shield that guarded the light. Serenia? It was Boren's voice, quiet and broken. I paused, but I did not turn. The pack, he said. They need guidance. They need you. No, I said, my own voice a stranger to my ears, stronger than it had been, infused with a faint, lingering echo of the night's authority, but warmed by the returning heat of my own heart. They have you. They have the truth. And they have a new legend to guide them. A story of a wolf who loved his pack enough to become a god to save it. I finally turned, and I met his gaze, and Alara's, and the gazes of all the wolves who had once scorned me. Tell them that story, I said. Tell it true. That is all the guidance they will ever need. Alara stepped forward, her eyes shining with unshed tears. And you? She asked, her voice soft. Where will you go? I looked past her, to the vast, snow-covered wilderness that was calling to me, to the horizon that Kaylin was now a part of. A faint, sad smile touched my lips. It was a human smile, a smile of acceptance, of sorrow, and of a strange and terrible freedom. I am going to find the balance, I said. And with that, I turned and walked away from the clearing, away from the trial stone, away from the pack that was no longer mine. I walked into the forest, not as an outcast, but as a guardian on her first patrol. The rising sun cast my long shadow before me, and for the first time in my life, I was not afraid of it. It was not a shadow of weakness or of a monster. It was simply my own. I did not know what the future held. I did not know if the entity would ever reawaken to its full strength within me, or if it would remain a quiet partner, a source of cold wisdom in the back of my mind. I did not know if I would ever see Kaylin again, or if our only communion would be the shared silence of the wilderness we now both patrolled. But as I walked, the snow crunching under my boots, a faint warmth began to spread through my chest. The ember of my own soul, fanned by the memory of his sacrifice, was growing. I could feel the stirring of hope, of purpose, of a love that had transcended form and become a part of the world itself. The price of our victory had been everything we were, but what we had become, it was the beginning of a new story, a story that the dawn would remember, a story of a wolf who became a king and a broken girl who learned to command the endless night, not as a goddess of the void, but as a warden of a fragile, beautiful, and fiercely protected light. I was Serenia Vale, and I was finally, truly free.